Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday. I can't believe is it really March 19th? Like, how is that even possible? It's the spring equinox and it was like 20 degrees when I woke up this morning. We're in like seventh winter fake spring part 9 over here in Middle Tennessee. I missed streaming with you all last week. We are back, but it feels like we're back, but in the same spot because we're going to be talking about Rust today. Alec Baldwin wants his case completely dismissed. Again, we're going to talk about that motion. Well, most of it. I'm doing a deep dive on it, not on this week's podcast, but next week's podcast, because his motion is like 300 pages. So we're going to do most of it today, but I'm going to do a deep dive into the Alec Baldwin case, what we learned from witnesses in the Gutierrez case that both help Baldwin's case, potentially hurt Baldwin's case. We'll do all that in the podcast next week. It needs a deep dive. My brain has not been very deep divey. I went to Florida for spring break and I am dead. No, I didn't party in Florida. I went to Disney World and walked like 3 marathons. So tired. I only had 1 churro, but I also I exercised restraint this trip and brought back very limited merch from Disney World and could not, you know me, I could not resist. My kid is like, yeah, basically it screams you. And I'm like, it does. Like I can't. So I've got that and my complimentary Lawnard water today. So we've got all the things. With that, we're going to also talk about Hannah Gutierrez because she is asking to be released from custody and asking for a new trial. So she's already had a new trial motion. No, she hasn't had a new trial motion. She had her judgment notwithstanding a verdict. No, they didn't even do that after the verdict. I'm trying to remember what they did after the verdict because I was picking my kid up from band practice and I got here and sat down to stream and I was like, there's a verdict and they made the 4-person read it. And isn't that shit weird? But they didn't do a judgment notwithstanding a verdict and a new motion for new trial at the end of the verdict, which we normally see. They did do their motion to dismiss motion for insubstantial evidence after the close of the prosecution's case, but it was outside the presence of the jury, so we didn't see it. It seemed that when the verdict came down, I was not the only one caught off guard. Her defense attorneys also seemed caught off guard that the verdict came in that quickly. Here's the thing that I didn't talk about that I talk about a little bit with in the podcast for this week, which is going to be audio only. It's kind of a recap of the trial on the podcasting apps. But I told Dr. B the morning that they were doing closing, I'm like, I guarantee you, because our band director had added, and I love our band director, but our band director had added an extra practice before they went to perform at Disney World, which was fantastic. The band marched through Disney World. They played Disney music. It was everything. It was magical. It was like, it was so good. And they got to do a little bit of backstage at Disney and they got Disney performer pins and the whole 9 yards. Like I think me, the guard director, the band director, and like the other adults are more geeked about this and I don't even care. Like the adults are like, this is so cool. And then I'm looking at my kid, I'm like, trust me, by the time you're 40, you're going to love this memory. But I know right now, like you're kind of hot and it's hard traveling with an entire band full of high schoolers. I get it. You really want to sleep in and we changed time zones and then the time changed because the time has to change. Like it's a whole situation. Like I get that you're exhausted. We're exhausted too. But I forgot what I was saying. Disney. Anyway, they performed at Disney. It was magical. I absolutely loved it. We had a lot of fun. I love that Disney, band director, extra practice, because they played all Disney songs, which are not songs they normally play in the stands. They normally play like Olivia Rodrigo and Little Nas X in the stands, right? So they were playing all Disney music, so they had extra practices. But I looked at Dr. B that morning and I was like, I was looking at the closing arguments and I was looking at how long the case had been and how long the jury had been in. And when I thought they would be done with closing arguments, I'm like, I guarantee you, this verdict comes in exactly when I need to pick up tea from band. And I was pulling into the parking lot and my phone was like, verdict, 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 verdict. I'm like, the defense, if I knew that this verdict was going to come in while I was at band, the defense should have been aware. The defense should have been aware that this verdict was good. I sat there and was like, this is exactly what's going to happen. They should have known. They didn't seem to know. They seemed very caught off guard. And the defense attorney's like, hold on. I need my Disney Pop socket is still on my phone. Yes, it's Grogu. They were sitting there on their phone trying to find the code section to keep her out of custody. I'm like, this doesn't inspire confidence. I will say, for all of you that are like private attorney or public defender, when you look at a public defender, and there's a couple great public defenders and defense attorneys here on YouTube that you can follow. Natalie Lawyer Chick and Ian Runkle of the Bailey come to mind immediately. But when you look at these defense attorneys that are every day in and day out in these same courts doing the work, there's no way they need to look up the code section to argue to keep their defendant out of custody because they do it so much. It's just part of their everyday. So there's a lot of people that ask, like, do I want a private attorney? Do I want a public defender? And it really does depend on the case, but the public defenders know the court system. And the thing is, you can talk to a public defender first and then decide if you want to hire an attorney. But if you're hiring an attorney, you need to look for somebody that does criminal law almost exclusively in that jurisdiction, almost exclusively, because they're the ones who are going to know the judges. They're going to know the jury. They're going to have done tons of jury trials in that jurisdiction and know the quirks of those jurors. Even when I moved courthouses, and I grew up where I prosecuted. So did that make some awkward conversations with people I went to high school with? Yeah, sure did. But I generally knew the people that lived around me. But even then, it took a while doing jury trials in a particular courthouse to know exactly how those jurors would respond to certain things. And you can see the ebbs and flows of how juries tend to go, and you can ask your coworkers. But if you're a private attorney and don't regularly do criminal and don't have the coworkers to ask, you're kind of shooting in the dark a little bit with the attitudes of a particular region or how jurors tend to respond to things. And I think that bit Hannah a bit in this case. So what we're going to do today, we're going to roll the intro. We have some fun stuff to talk about aside from Rust, which is all like completely non-law stuff, but we're going to do it anyway. So my intro that was supposed to be short that wasn't, because I miss you guys and now I'm like ADHD over talking, is one, Hannah wants a new trial. We're going to talk about it for sure. Two, Alec Baldwin wants his entire case thrown out, and it's an interesting argument. We're going to talk about it. Duck said, have you ever prosecuted anyone you've known? No. I've passed those cases off to other people. There was a very awkward prostitution sting operation that like rounded up a whole bunch of folks. And I walked in and I was like, so hey, this particular courthouse, the cases got divided up by last name. So it was like this letter through this letter, here you go, this letter through that letter, this other courtroom. So they all just get lumped in by courtroom. And I was like, so I'm going to send your case to another prosecutor. They're going to tell you all about the case. This might not be awkward for you. It's not awkward for me. Look, whatever happens in this courtroom, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm sure you are not going to tell anybody. But just to keep an appearance of impropriety, because we did go to high school and know each other, I'm going to send you to another prosecutor just so it's not awkward. But I also had law enforcement officers that were people I had gone to high school with, people I had dated in high school, pop up in my courtroom. They're like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm the DA. What are you doing here? And they're like, I work for LAPD. I'm like, really? Okay. That didn't see that coming. They're like, yeah, same. I'm like, good. This is good. And I'm looking at the defense attorney. I'm like, so we know each other, but not like recently. So yes, did it come up? Yes. Does it come up more for law enforcement that work where they grew up? A lot more. It comes up. They just deal with more cases. But did I see cases of people I knew for DUI and stuff like that? Yeah, absolutely. Did I pass those to other prosecutors? Yeah, absolutely. Was I ever going to be involved with a case where I knew the parties? No. It's even though I I think I can be unbiased. There's this appearance of impropriety that's not cool. So I would always pass those cases off, but that's part of prosecuting in an area where you grew up. It can sometimes be awkward. But that's not what we're dealing with here because because we're dealing with Alec Baldwin, who's definitely going to trial and not an area that he's familiar with. And Hannah Gutierrez, who also was prosecuted in an area where she just happened to be working. So with all of it, Angela in the chat said, LOL, looking at you, Jim Griffin. Look, there was a part of the Murdaugh trial when Jim Griffin looked like he wanted to die inside. Like he looked so gutted. He looked defeated. And that's one of the things, as a defense attorney, I think it's a little different than prosecuting somebody, but he was so close to Murdaugh and so close to the case that I think they needed somebody more neutral. I think Barber probably was that person. I think they should have let Barber do more of the case. I think he was fantastic in the times we saw him. And I think of all of the defense attorneys in the Murdaugh case, Barber was the one. Whenever he got up to the podium, we were like, oh good, things aren't gonna be crazy. Thank God Mr. Barber's back at the stand. It was like when James was the attorney for Paltrow. When James stood up, we all just went, good. James has got us. We all felt relieved. That's what you want. You all want to feel relieved when an attorney stands up. So I wanted to see more from Barber, and I didn't think we got to. So all of that, we're going to roll into the intro, and then we're going to roll into coverage. But I've got something exciting to share with you before we do that. My friend Octo is in the chat. We're going to talk about Octo in just a second. So let's roll.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
You guys, you have seen Octo in the chat since the very early days of me live streaming here on YouTube. Octo is a huge part of the reason I am streaming here on YouTube, because if you guys know the EDB lore, Octo and I were at a conference together, totally unrelated to any of this. And he was like, we need to just chat. I'm like, we do need to just chat. And we had met over Zoom and met through a mastermind and through friends, but hadn't really gotten to chat. And at one point he's like, why aren't you just like talking for a living? I'm like, can you do that if you're, I think exactly what I said was, can you do that if you're not a Kardashian? And he was like, yeah, you can. And I was like, I mean, yeah, I would love to. He's like, so why aren't we doing that? And I was like, I don't know why we're not doing that. And I said a whole bunch of stuff. He's like, blah, blah, blah. All of that is ridiculous. You need to be doing this more. He's like, I want to hear everything you have to say about all of the law things ever. He's like, I bet there are people who would also like to hear everything you have to say about all of the law things ever. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, okay. He's like, we're doing that. I'm like, we're doing that. And we went out to dinner and sat around and chatted about it. He's like, one day I can just work with me here. And I can't visualize things. He's like, I see like purple hair. And I'm like, you've got to be joking me, because I can totally see that. He's like, I totally see it. He's like, I can see purple hair. I can see like the community you can build of people who want to understand facts. And I'm like, yeah, and not the fuckery. And so we sat and had a Moscow Mule and a great dinner and had a chat. And that was, September 2020. In October, this channel started to grow because I was like, we're going to show up and do that. And we showed up and did that. And now we're here. Octo is a huge part of Team Baker, but Octo is also an author. You guys, I got this incredible package while I was away on spring break. I haven't even shared it on social yet, for the law nerds first, but Secrets of the Octopus comes out today. You guys, Octo is going to be a New York Times bestseller, whether you buy the book or not. But I have put a link in the chat for you. Yes, it's my Amazon link, because I'm the type of friend that's going to share your book, but also do it through my own Amazon link and get affiliate commission on it. I think all of Octo's friends are doing the exact same thing. I'm going to show you what's in the package I got, but Secrets of the Octopus is not just a book, but it's also a huge labor of love for Warren, for Octonation, the world's largest octopus fan club. I'm sure you've seen people wearing their Octonation shirts, not just Andrew Huberman, but others. I know you've heard podcasters mention Octonation. You will see if you go to Octonation on Instagram, not just how much incredible underwater photography they have, but the incredible community of people who want to know more about the octopus. And really, Octo really does an incredible job of inspiring love of the ocean through love of the octopus. And it's something where there is so much misinformation about the octopus. Warren has taken it upon himself to work with everyone who's interested, scientists, photographers, schools, aquariums, to help the octopus become accessible to everyone. So with Cy Montgomery, you have Secrets of the Octopus with incredible work from Octo and Octonation. So this is, and I have Octo stickers all over my house, but it is not only a beautiful book, but it will absolutely give you more insight into this incredible creature. So if you love the ocean, if you love lore, look, if you love aliens, the octopus is for you. They are incredibly intelligent creatures. I have learned more about octopus than I ever thought I would from just being friends with Octo. And it is absolutely incredible. So Law Nerds, not only are you supporting a friend of the channel, but you're supporting photographers, but you're also supporting a love of the ocean through a love of the octopus. And whenever you see someone in their life's work, and this is absolutely incredible. We've got an octopus back here, but I know we have another one here. Whenever you see somebody in their life's work and their life's work to bring good to the world, to bring light to the world, to bring love to the world, I think it's such an incredible thing to support. And that's absolutely what Octonation does. Right down to, I have a giant one of these elsewhere in my house. It's fantastic. Whenever you stay in my guest bedroom, there's a giant octopus staring at you. It's fantastic. But right down to making sure that the octopus plushies are correct, are not cartooned, are showing kids that the octopus is not a creature to be afraid of, but a creature to be in awe of. And that is, they're so often cast as the villain, aren't they? Unless you're watching Finding Dory, and then even then. But I just love sometimes the positive representation of the octopus. And Octonation goes a long way to do that. This book was in connection with the author Cy Montgomery and in connection with National Geographic. So if you guys want a plushie, they are available at adoptanoctopus.com. You can get these online at Amazon, at your local bookstore, wherever you like. But National Geographic, Octo, are they in Target? They will be if they're not already. So, P.S. Don't keep your love of octopus as a secret. Splash your swag all over social media and tag Octonation, Cy the author, and Nat Geo Books. So I will be sharing this on social later. This is absolutely incredible. I saw a comment I wanted to pull up real quick. Knights Who Say Knee. My toddler has 100 animal talking book, and the octopus is his favorite. He will love this. And the thing is, Warren became intrigued by the octopus as a kid, and he's got an incredible story, and I will let you go find that elsewhere, but I will give you the TLDR version. There was not enough for his highly intelligent brain as a child, not enough accurate information on the octopus. And so he was like, you know what? The octopus just needs a better PR agent, and it's me. It's me. And so that is where we're at. So y'all show our friends some love and learn a little something too. This is a community that loves to learn, and the octopus is absolutely fascinating. So Kat is asking, is that available in Australia? Octo's in the chat so he can respond to you. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be. So he will chat with it. Warren is like, look, man, sometimes when we just get obsessed with a thing, us neurodivergent folks, we just dive all the way in, and it becomes our lifelong career. And I'm blessed to have Octo as a friend, but I'm also blessed to have a wonderful, wide variety of neurodivergent folks in my life who have different areas of particular interest. And so I feel like I learn more through all of their deep dives because I get singularly focused on pop culture and law. So I feel like I get to learn so much more. Yes, the book is available worldwide. You can go to Adopt an Octopus if you want a, you know, biologically correct octopus. I'm sure that's the wrong word for it, Octo, but if you would like your adorable Octo plushies, it is an absolute beautiful book. It is wonderful to see the Law Nerd supporting a friend. So if you want to go find this either at your small local bookstore if they have it or on Amazon, I can't wait to celebrate Octo being a New York Times bestseller. And Cy Montgomery already is a New York Times bestseller. You'll recognize Cy from Soul of the Octopus. So it's just so incredible. So Kelly Rutledge said, "Holy shit, thank you for clarifying my super weird and niche kid's personalized birthday gift. Thank you. You're welcome." It's not weird. Look, here's the thing. I'm not picking on you, Kelly. I promise. We all have different things we're fascinated in. And if we are sharing that with others who are also neurodivergent, they are like, "Oh my God, tell me all about this thing you're also fascinated with. And I'll tell you about this thing I'm also fascinated with." I think it's why so much of us, or so many of us, find other neurodivergent friends, because sometimes other people don't care as deeply or as detailedly as we do about things. But the neurodivergent crew comes through. Anatomically correct? Good. There we go. Thanks, chat. Matt, the future ESQ. Thank you, Matt. So, and it's fun. And I have neurodivergent kids who get different fascinations, and then I learn everything. Currently, I'm still knee deep in the world of keyboard modifications, and right now, World War II. So that's where we're at with AP European World History for my kid, and that's where we're at for me. So, all of you guys, if you want to go check out this incredible book from my incredible friends, Secrets of the Octopus with Cy and Warren from Octonation, the world's largest octopus fan club. Not only look at how good my friend looks at the back of this book, y'all. I'm just gonna brag for a second. Look at that smiling face. I'm so proud. So not me bragging because I have really cool people in my life, but also me bragging because I have really cool people in my life. And you're gonna learn about all of the different octopuses. It's an absolutely beautiful, beautiful book. Beautiful book. So, Warren, love you, friend. Can't wait to. I know this book is at the top of the charts, like all over Amazon, but we will see it elsewhere too. So, ask your libraries to carry Secrets of the Octopus. And if you're in a school district that wants it, I'm sure Nat Geo is making all of that possible because it's Nat Geo. So, shall we get into law a little bit? Octo's going to answer. I'm going to let Octo answer all of these questions. I'm going to let Octo answer all of these questions in the chat because he has the exact answer. Octo came on a live stream. Was it 3 years ago, Octo, that you came into a live stream and we were talking all about the octopus? We might have to do that again with the members and have a live stream, deep EDB lore, and talk about Team Baker and talk about if it's octopus or octopi or octopuses or whatever. So you guys order however you like, whichever way you want to support the book. That's the most important thing. And I love supporting people that are doing good in the world. And Octo also loves Disney as much as we do. So, all right. Shall we get to law? From Octo? I think, Debbie Jo, I think an octopod is what happens when a bunch of octopuses get together. I think it becomes an octopod. I'm kidding. I think my real introduction to octopus, because growing up in Southern California, I worried truly more about sharks and jellyfish. Didn't really think too much about octopus, but it was when my kids became huge fans of the Octonauts that the Octonauts were really where I started to learn so much more about sea life and sea creatures more than just the immediate Southern California area, and things that might sting and or bite me. So the hunt for red octopuses, cuddle puddles of octopuses. I think I have enough stuffed octopus in my house to actually have a cuddle puddle. If Fred and George don't get to them first, because Fred and George, of course, love our orange octopus. Warren will tell me exactly what species it is. So, Octobot, is that a transformer? The Octobot is definitely a transformer, and I think it is the best transformer. So, Warren, no, it's not enough about you. We're all tired of talking about Alec Baldwin, and he hasn't even had his trial yet. We're all already sick of him from Hannah's trial, but we need to know what his lawyers are doing, because I like watching high price tag lawyers do their thing. Like when you're paying somebody like $1,500 to $2,500 an hour, I want to know what they're up to, because I am nosy. Law nerds, I missed you. Who do you want to talk about first? Should we talk about Hannah first, because she actually had her trial? I think that's the right call, to talk about Hannah first and then talk about Baldwin second. I think that's the right thing. So Phil Biggs, I'm sorry. The caps got you. The caps got you on Nightbot. Nightbot gets cranky. All right. Let's talk about Hannah first. Let me find the last couple of motions. We've missed a lot. I don't know if things really popped off while I was traveling. I'll put it in the member spaces and we'll cover stuff on Wednesday during our members only live stream Wednesday night. But I was really offline during our trip. Because Disney World, and the only way I was on my phone was either taking pictures of stuff or trying to get lightning lanes. Like that's all I did on my phone. That's not true. I also played Pokemon Go Sleep and a little bit of Pokemon Go, but I couldn't play too much Pokemon Go in the parks because it does kind of kill your battery on the phone. But because our oldest was running around with the band and there were multiple bands that were there, it's such a cool program that they do at Disney World. So that, imagine, like, it's early in March, so it's not quite like full crazy spring break time yet. So Disney World, Magic Kingdom, and Hollywood Studios were just full of band kids, and they're all in their like matching band shirts and from all over the country. So I know that the teens had a really good time, just even in line with other band kids from other high schools from all over the country. I thought it was really quite a fun thing. But I got to spend time with my little, and so Dr. B and I were running around with G, which when you're a second kid doesn't always happen a lot, that you're just running around with your folks. And G didn't love theme parks growing up. I wasn't sure how much time we would spend at the theme parks, so I wasn't married to what we were going to do each day, because we work with his energy and he gets overstimulated. We all do in this family, with noise, with bright light, with people. We're all a little quirky in our own ways. G is now 12, recently turned 12, and all he wanted to do was roller coasters. This kid was not overstimulated at all. He was absolutely in heaven. And I think it was a combination of the fact that the parks weren't super crowded, that the weather wasn't super hot. We still had like a cool breeze, so it felt really nice. And he was just ready to do everything. I have never seen him have so much fun at a theme park. And it was just a really magical and special time, for all of us as a family, but also for him to kind of hit that age where it wasn't too much. And he was like, let's do it. So like Everest killed me. He had the most fun. And we had done Disneyland when I lived in Southern California, as pass holders for years. So it was, and I went to Disneyland quite a bit as a kid because it's just down the freeway. So it was really fun to not know what to expect without being anxious about it, because he was just ready to roll and we didn't know what to expect. We know what's going to happen at Disneyland on Pirates of the Caribbean or on, the Incredicoaster, formerly California Screamin' or whatever. We know what to expect, but the rides are different, the parks are different, and so it was really nice to get to experience it being new again, and he just absolutely had the best time. And I will say, Californians don't come for me. Big Thunder Mountain is way better at Disney World. Big Thunder Mountain's way better at Disney World. Pirates of the Caribbean, way better at Disneyland. So that was it was so much fun to do stuff that was new and have that experience. He's ready to go back to the world. My kids are like, world is better. And I was like, damn, okay. World is better. But I will say, for those of you that have littles, Disneyland is very accessible. Depending on where you live there, the parks are smaller. It's great for littles. I really think Disney at like this age for my kids was just perfect. And absolutely loved it. So with all of that, Space Mountain is better at Disneyland. It is. And I don't normally do Space Mountain. There were a few rides that we didn't do. We didn't make any of the virtual lanes. My ass was up at 7 a.m. But we had extended hours at one of the parks. So we got to do Ratatouille, which is one of Griffin's favorite Disney movies. And that was really fun. We got to do Frozen, which was fun. So there were definitely things we didn't expect at the parks. And we had a really great time. So let's talk about Hannah Gutierrez, shall we? I will stop talking about spring break, but it was fun. You need a PhD in vacation travel. Watch some videos on YouTube before you go. There are people that will explain it, but it was a good time. All right. Did we already get to case coverage? No, we're just doing the intro because I haven't seen you guys in a week. So we're just catching up. We're just catching up before we get into it. So you're not late. You're right on time. All right. Are we ready? Hannah wants a new trial. We need to make a book. Hannah wants a new trial. All right. So let's start with the first motion. We're going to go through all of the motions that have been filed in Hannah's case, and then we're going to go through what's been filed in Baldwin's case. Have I already shared my screen? No, but my computer's on. We're streaming, and it's all going to be fine. Emily, are you out of practice after a week? No. I was saying earlier that things didn't seem to pop off too much this week, but I really don't know because I wasn't on social or on my phone. I was really just with the family, and it's what I needed. I actually feel pretty great after taking a week off. I just am like, it was a good refresh getting to spend that time with the kiddos. It was really nice. All right. Notice of hearing. Judge Summer, Monday, April 15th at 10 a.m. Ratty in the chat said, Emily, you're still in holiday mode. I am. I'm not all the way back yet. I'm still on spring break. My brain isn't all the way back yet, but it was really, really good. And I'll share some more of what we did in our members only live stream on Wednesday. That's what that is for. Monday, April 15th, 10 a.m. So April 15th through, I don't know, end of April is going to be Hannah, and then we're going to get into the Karen Reed trial in Massachusetts, which starts with jury selection on the 16th. They set aside 2 hours. We'll see if we get victim impact statements. We might. But April 15th, I believe, is a Monday. Emily, it says it literally in front of your face. So that'll be streamed. We'll cover Hannah's sentencing. She's facing up to 18 months. I wouldn't be shocked if she got probation. I wouldn't be shocked if she got probation and like 6 months of custody, time served on custody. I mean, when we look at the factors of sentencing, is anybody, and there's 9,000 of you in the chat, are any of you sitting here worried that Hannah's going to do this again? That this is going to happen again? I mean, no. You're not really concerned that this is going to be a problem again, which is part of sentencing considerations. So would 3 years of formal probation be appropriate and let her go back home to Arizona or wherever? And she's not going to be able to work in the industry she wants to work in. She's in her early 20s and has to completely refigure out her life. Her career is over. She's gone to trial. She's spent at least a few weeks in custody. And even if they sentence her to like 3 months, she'll probably get time served for what she's spent. I think the deterrent effect here is that she can't work around guns again. And that's a strong deterrent. And I think probation is appropriate. I don't think she's going to get into more trouble. And again, Dave Halls got 6 months of unsupervised probation and a misdemeanor. So I don't think the prosecution's going to be asking her for her to have substantially more jail time. Um I think a felony probation period is appropriate, and I think that the time she spends is appropriate. And so we'll see. I don't think she needs a substantial jail sentence. I think being taken out of the courtroom into custody and spending a period of time in custody is going to be a very strong deterrent for her. But I also don't think that this is going to happen again, right? So again, if they're going to give Dave Halls 6 months and a misdemeanor, I don't think they can argue with a straight face that she needs more. I just don't. So we'll see what they do. She's in jail up till the hearing, but she's asking to be let out. So we will. Liam Wood asked in the chat, isn't she in jail until the hearing? Yes. And we'll talk about that. So I think she needs a jail sentence. She's in jail now. So Nishay, Dave Halls deserve more, in my opinion. My opinion too, Nishay. You guys know how I feel about that. Question, she can't work with guns like ever again. No. Not after this. She can't. Not in the movie industry. She won't even be able to get insured if she's on a set. She could probably work in props, but not in this. I imagine that she feels incredibly burned by all of what's gone on here. I imagine that she's fairly traumatized by the fact that she loaded the gun that killed somebody. The fact that those that are higher up got off with a much lighter sentence. I imagine that she's probably going to be out of this industry and looking for something else to do with her life. And I think um, she will get that opportunity. Again, this was an act of negligence, and that is a different thing than volitional crime, right? So we'll see what happens. I think it's probably a good thing. It was shocking that her attorney didn't argue more to keep her out of custody, but it gives the judge some room to sentence her on the lower end of custody and know that she's been in. So I think that'll all work out. So we'll see. All right. Next. Oh, Emily, you went too far. Vacation mode. There's an emergency request for, damn it. Emily, click your mouse properly. There's an emergency request here. Can Hannah own a gun anymore? I don't know if not all felonies have weapon restrictions. It depends on her terms of probation. She may be able to own a weapon for personal protection, but not work with weapons. It's going to depend on it's going to depend on the probation and the law of the state. Not all felonies have weapon restrictions, but a lot of them do, and this one might. Ice Baby, good to see you, Jen. Will she have to check that she's a convicted felon on job apps moving forward? Yes, she will. Yes, she will. All right, there's an emergency request for damn it. Yes, there is an emergency request for damn it. I told you. Back from vacation. We're back to life. Back to reality. As we were driving back from Florida, my little was like, can we listen to more Phineas and Ferb? I'm like, we're going to have to balance the Phineas and Ferb soundtracks with 90s music. So I just need to make sure that you understand that. As my oldest was playing Heads Up in line with folks, he was horrified that his peers didn't know who David Bowie is. And I was trying to explain to him that he is literally the oldest 16-year-old that exists in the world. So that. Emergency motion for new trial and release. Hannah Gutierrez buying through her counsel of record, Jason Bowles and Monica Barreras. My ADHD is a 10 out of 10 today. I still want to know what happened with Bouillon. Like, I still don't know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know what's happening. I want to know what's happening. Hereby moves this honorable court for new trial and release. In support of this motion states as follows. A trial was held in this matter from February 21st to March 6th. And on March 5th, the jury returned a split verdict. I thought it was the 6th that they returned a split verdict, not the 5th. My verdict video is from March 6th, so I think that's a typo on the defense. The jury returned a split verdict. Yes, they did, finding Ms. Gutierrez Reed. Oh, are we back to Reed now? Because this is Hannah Gutierrez, and you did an entire motion dropping the Reed, and now we're back to Reed. Can we just be consistent? I'm getting confused. And then I constantly think, is it just about me? Yeah, me and Sheena. It's kind of just about me right now. And I keep getting confused. Is it Gutierrez or is it Gutierrez Reed? Or was it just Gutierrez before trial and now we're back to Gutierrez Reed? Can we just pick? Anyway, Hannah was guilty of involuntary manslaughter, not guilty of tampering with evidence, because it was a terrible charge and it never should have been done. KT said the defense motion always includes Reed, but they were the ones who made the motion because she was charged as Hannah Gutierrez Reed at the beginning of the case, and they made the motion to drop it from the charging documents. So it's just confusing. Yeah, we're just making it about us, Tommy. Fun fact, Sheena and I had the same birth date, very much not the same birth year because I am old. The New Mexico Supreme Court just issued its ruling in State of New Mexico versus Taylor. I have this slip opinion. We're going to go through it a little bit. That opinion is attached. Fantastic. In Taylor, the court reversed. I can't talk. The court reversed child abuse convictions on a jury instruction error. Here's what I will say. When you're looking at cases that get overturned or reversed, an actual jury instruction error, and again, this is allegations. We're going to go through it. I did not preview this. I have not watched anyone else cover this. We're going in all together for the first time. But jury instruction error is a lightning lane knee fast pass way to get a case overturned. If the judge misreads them, if the judge gives one that they shouldn't have, doesn't give one that they should have, if there is actually an error in jury instructions, it is a pretty surefire way to at least have the court find error. Not always reversible error, sometimes harmless error, but it is a way to find error. So in this, they are arguing an issue with jury instructions, which when you look at the realm of issues, a jury instruction issue is a big issue. Do you think Hannah Gutierrez really wants a new trial? I mean, if the court grants this, if the court's like, yeah, she gets a new trial, but she would have gotten time served in probation. Does she want a new trial? Or does she want them to plead her down to a misdemeanor? Because I would say I want to plead her down for a misdemeanor. Emily, based on the charges, I'm not going to go over the details of the overturned case. I'm just going to go over, I'm going to go over the jury instruction part of it. So that. But I'm going to stop saying I'm old. Chad, I see you. All of you are like, please stop saying you're old. I am wise. I would say I am well lived. I am long lived. I am wise. I have achieved an age of maturity. But I think if she does get a new error, or a new trial, the goal would be to plea it down to a misdemeanor like Dave Hall's got. I think that would be the goal, is to get the felony off of her record and give her the best opportunity for reestablishing a career in a different direction. Let's see. Specifically, the court criticized the use of and or in listing various acts the jury could find committed by the defendants. So the either or and whether or not it's specific enough is what they are saying the issue the Supreme Court had with the model jury instructions. The court also noted that such drafting of the instructions could confuse the jury and lead to a non-unanimous verdict on any particular act. Here's the question that comes to mind. Since we're doing this together, I'm going to talk it out contemporaneously. If in the child abuse case, they have to agree that specific acts of abuse happened, like this act of abuse versus this act of abuse, that's not that would not be odd to me that you had to agree on whether or not there was thing A or thing B or thing C. You have to agree that this act happened. Here, the case is different. They're not dealing with different actions. They're dealing with different theories. And the jury does not have to be unanimous on a particular theory. So this might be a difference without a distinction as to Hannah's case, because you don't have to unanimously agree that a particular act was committed. You don't have to agree on which theory it is, whether it's that she did a lawful act negligently or whether she did an unlawful act. You don't have to determine that for the involuntary manslaughter as pled, but I can see why the defense is arguing it, and of course they're going to. I just think there might be some room for distinction here. This is precisely the argument that Ms. Gutierrez Reed made in the jury instruction arguments before this court. Gosh, I wish we could have seen them. I wish the judge would have streamed the jury instructions arguments, because then we could evaluate what we saw. But we didn't, because the judge only streamed what was in front of the jury, which I know that there are times that jury instructions seem tedious, but they are one of the most important parts of a case. And we watched all the jury instruction arguments during Depp Heard. It was fascinating to hear how the attorneys were arguing different things and see how it blended into their closing arguments and the way they used the jury instructions. The jury instructions become your tool to explain the case to a jury. And if you don't get the instructions you want, you have a lot of tools of your toolkit taken away from you, and it can absolutely change the outcome of a case. So they're saying this is the argument they made before the court. Good, they preserved the issue. These arguments were overruled, and the state made the same instructional error in the case using and or acts and allowing the jury to not be unanimous on any one particular act. Again, these were theories. I don't think they had to prove a specific act. In light of Taylor, the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court on writ would almost certainly have overturned the result in this case. That's a bold statement. It's a bold strategy. Bold strategy. We'll see how it works out for you. I don't know if that's true. I think there's room to distinguish this. Accordingly, Ms. Gutierrez Reed is requesting this court vacate her conviction and order a new trial. That's not going to happen. I mean, they might have a hearing. They're going to have briefing, but the court's not going to just be like, done. She is further requesting this court to release her pending further proceedings, whether it be in this court or on appeal or writ. No, this court, that's not how this...
I have been on spring break for a week. My brain is not quite out of Disney yet. I still regret that I did not eat enough churros. Like I'm still not all the way back. So I need you to just do things the way they're supposed to be done. This does not immediately go to the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court. It's not do not pass go. The court has to have a whole hearing, and then they have to rule, and then you can take it to the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court. Like, you don't get a writ yet. You need to let the court have a hearing on this first.
Oi. Exhibit B attached, the instructions given at trial over the defense objections. Great. The jury instruction issue is virtually certain to result in a reversal of a trial conviction. Okay, give me the confidence of this defense attorney in anything I do. In anything I do. Here's why I'm not sad about Dole Whip, folks. I'm going to just tell you what. Here's why I'm not sad about Dole Whip. Because they have it at Costco now. Like, you can find Dole Whip, but I don't know what magic they put in the Disney churros, but you can't find the Disney churros outside of Disney. Dole Whip I can do. But they hit different. They hit different. But the Dole Whip is at Costco. It is. It is. Emily, have you ever gone to Disneyland just to eat food? Yeah, it's called the Food and Wine Festival. Yes, I absolutely have. So let's see. Virtually certain to result in a reversal of the trial conviction. There's still process if that's true. I don't think that's necessarily true. It would be a manifest injustice to keep Ms. Gutierrez Reed incarcerated. Wait, there's no hyphen this time. Counsel, is it Counsel, I am a terrible proofreader. Terrible. I am dyslexic. I am ADHD. I forget what I'm doing in the middle of doing it. But there are some things that I can't unsee. Why is it hyphenated sometimes and not hyphenated other times? Angela, also, yes. Corn dogs are way better at Disneyland, specifically California Adventure. It would be a manifest injustice to keep Ms. Gutierrez Reed incarcerated while further proceedings related to this important issue occur in this court, the Court of Appeals, or the Supreme Court. This court first. This is especially true given that Ms. Gutierrez Reed has no criminal history and has never had a violation while on pretrial release. She is neither a flight risk nor a danger to the community. That might be true, but they're gonna have to come in and have a hearing on that. All right, let's get to the motion. Let's get motiony. That was the request to release Hannah Gutierrez and to have a hearing on this. The way that this should work is the trial court should hold the hearing on the motion for new trial and then rule, and then they can appeal it depending on how the court rules. I want to see this hearing. I want to see them argue over this. I'm here for it. So did they just attach the slip order? Yes, they did. I completely misspoke. First looks are fun. This is the Court of Appeals opinion on the case that they are citing in their request. Where's the rest of their motion? I'm so confused. We are confusion together. State of New Mexico versus Taylor. Is your whole motion this? Where's the rest of the legal argument? That's it. We're going to zoom past this opinion real quick. So this is Exhibit A. That's their whole motion. I am shocked. We're going to go look at the jury instruction that was given before we look a little bit at this slip opinion and the ruling of the slip opinion. There's a dissenting opinion. Oh, God, it's a law school day. Y'all buckle up. Where's Exhibit B? Here we go. Jury instruction 12A. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Hannah loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into a firearm. That is... I wonder how distinguishable this will be from the case at issue from the Supreme Court, because these are two different theories of a case, and on this case, they don't have to be unanimous. Generally, on child abuse cases, it has to be unanimous on what the act of abuse was, because you have to find that somebody did the thing beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, it's two theories to get to the thing, and the two theories don't have to be unanimous. So the issue is not necessarily the and or, but we need to look at the opinion to see. Did she do both of these things? Yes. She did both of these things. Hannah Gutierrez should not have known. Hannah Gutierrez should have known the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. Yes, we saw that in her own statements to the police. Hannah acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. Can you see how the jury got here so quickly? Yes. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. Also, yes. This happened in New Mexico on the 21st day of October, 2021. Also, yes. So the issue the defense is having is that they are allowed to decide that Hannah loaded live ammunition into the gun or failed to perform safety checks. That and or is what they're saying the Supreme Court just overturned. So now we're going to go look at the slip opinion. We're going to get to, is this the dissent? That's the dissent. Emily, did you ever want to be on an appellate court? No. It's all writing and no talking. I'm more of a chatty attorney and less of a sit down and write it out type of an attorney. When I was interviewing for the DA's office, I'm trying to get to the beginning. That's the whole dissent. I'm trying to get to the conclusion of the majority opinion. When I was sitting down to interview, there's the dissent. At the DA's office, the DA at the time who was hiring me was asking, well, here you didn't do law review. I'm like, no. And he's like, and you didn't do this and you didn't do that. And I was like, yeah, no, I didn't do any of those things. And he's like, well, why? I mean, a lot of the people who are interviewing here did those things. I'm like, I'm more of a boots on the ground kind of a girl. So I worked with my white collar crime professor. I worked in this office all summer, every summer, because I wanted to do the job. I wanted to stand up and litigate. I didn't want to sit in an office and write. That isn't what I ever wanted to do. And I learned that very quickly as a research attorney, sitting by myself for like 12 plus hours a day at my computer typing up opinions. I'm like, I hate this so much. I loved working for the judges I worked for, but I wanted to talk. I did not want to write. It's like being a coroner. A lot of doctors are like, no way, man. I want to like treat patients and help them feel better and like build relationships. And coroners are like, I would like people to never talk again. I would like to scientifically find out what caused the thing. I would like to go through all of your body and take your brain out of your head and do everything. So anyway, shouldn't this objection happen during trial? J. Deborah, the Supreme Court opinion, they did object during trial. But the Supreme Court opinion came down after the verdict. So this is essentially a new opinion, and they are arguing a new opinion, but they did argue it, they say, when they argued over jury instructions. So let's see. Conclusion. Based on the significant risk of jury confusion and misdirection created by the use of the ambiguous term and or in identifying defendant's underlying course of conduct in the jury instructions as framed, we reverse defendant's reckless child abuse convictions and remand for new trial consistent with this opinion. So we're going to get to the law of the opinion. Because this is a child abuse case and they are talking about acts, I'm not going to get into those acts. I'm going to get into just how they're finding whether these are unanimous theories or acts, like what the law requires in this case. Because again, I think it's different because this is a case where there can be two theories. So let's get to the opening of this, and I'm going to sanitize it just a little bit. But again, this is a case the underlying case of the Supreme Court opinion is child abuse. So just a brief warning there, but I'm going to do my best to sanitize it in my discussion of it. So particularly for those of you that just listen to me in the background, like a podcast, I'm not going to speak those things. If they are on screen, I will move past them. I don't think we need to get into the details of it for the legal purposes here. This appeal calls upon us once again to consider the propriety of jury instructions in a reckless child abuse case. The recurrent theme in our jurisprudence, they're saying that this is coming up to the court a lot. Like the court has to decide on this a lot. Most recently, State versus Consul and State versus Montoya identified and examined several pervasive problems with then existing uniform jury instructions on child abuse as defined. So already this is limited in scope to the jury instructions for child abuse cases, which the prosecution is going to argue this isn't that type of case. We're not dealing with acts, we're dealing with theories, and those things are different, and the law allows for a non-unanimous verdict on the different theories of involuntary manslaughter. These aren't theories. Somebody's being convicted of committing a specific act of child abuse. So these cases aren't the same. And yes, the jury has to be unanimous on a specific act of child abuse because the law in that area is different than the law in involuntary manslaughter. So I already see where the distinction is going to be argued by the prosecution when they respond, and likely by the court. This is a great question. Aiden McKenna said, question, what is jurisprudence? It is the lore. It is the lore of the cases. It is canon. So the jurisprudence, when the court is talking about it, is canon to the court. So what is canon? And they have to follow what's going on in the line of cases discussing this thing. So there are lots of cases discussing this jury instruction as to these types of cases, and it is now canon what those courts believe. Hopefully that makes sense. There we go. It's canon. So the courts are all talking about these particular jury instructions in these types of case law. And in these types of cases, this Supreme Court case is talking specifically about the and/or in the jury instruction in child abuse cases. Hannah Gutierrez is trying to argue that this ruling overturning a conviction based on that jury instruction applies to her case because her case also uses an and/or. So let's continue on. This is from this is from Counsel and Montoya in paren, concluding that the uniform jury instructions for child abuse did not, quote, adequately capture the true nature of the crime and the legislative intent behind the statute. And again, if that's true, that the legislative intent was that the jury be unanimous on a specific act, then you can't have an and or, because then you're not, you're not dealing with a specific act. You don't know what the jury decided on. Oceana Song said, I'm lost. What does this have to do with child abuse? The Hannah Gutierrez Reed is making a motion for new trial based on a new ruling in the Supreme Court that overturned a case based on jury instructions that gave an and or. The case that the Supreme Court decided, the underlying case is a child abuse case. So the underlying case we are talking about now, because we're talking about the Supreme Court decision, Hannah says this Supreme Court decision means the judge has to overturn her conviction. So because the Supreme Court decided this, and it hasn't even hit the registrar yet, it was decided, when was this decided? March 14th. So this case was just decided. It hasn't hit the registrar yet. This is the first version of the published opinion that came out March 14th. So she's convicted March 6th. March 14th, this comes out. And her lawyers are like, this new case that came out March 14th means she has to legally have a new trial. So we are going through this opinion to see what we think. So, Nanner said, didn't her attorney sign off on the jury instructions? Her attorney says he argued that instruction because he would have known this case was in the pipeline. He argued this issue and the court sided with the prosecution, not him. So it's preserved for appeal. Most recently, okay, we did those. This court addressed these problems by implementing in 2015 the substantial revisions to our reckless child abuse jury instructions in effect today. So the court changed the jury instructions in 2015, and now it's coming up again whether they changed it well enough. The problem with the jury instructions used at defendant's joint trial arises from confusion and misdirection due to the unfortunate use of an inappropriate conjunctive term in the complex essential elements instruction that set out the course of conduct the jury was required to find in order to return guilty verdicts. And that's what's happening in Hannah's instruction too. Hannah's instruction has and or in their central jury instruction of what is an involuntary manslaughter. That is their core central instruction. So whether all and ors cause confusion or misdirection, or whether this is just in this context, is to be argued and determined, but we're going to keep reading. The confusion and misdirection stem from the use of a single and or connector to separate and join no fewer than 4 distinct propositions for the jury's consideration. Well, that seems awful. That would need to be different jury instructions. Either they did this, or they did this, or they did this and this. But to have every sentence have an and or would be concerning. The term and or has proved singularly unsuited to formatting clear and effective jury instructions to the degree that our trial courts would be well served to avoid its use in jury instructions altogether. And I imagine if Hannah's team had put in full briefing, that they would have used that to forestall the prosecution argument that is inevitably coming. And the prosecution argument that is inevitably coming is, this is a different case than that. And these are 2 different theories, not acts that need to be determined unanimously. But this is the Supreme Court saying this term has proved singularly unsuited to formatting clear and effective jury instructions to the degree that our trial courts would be well served to avoid its use in jury instructions altogether. That might also be dicta. Dicta being the non-controlling part of the opinion. And again, we need more than just a first glance on this opinion to see, and I'm very interested to see what the prosecution has to say. It might well be dicta saying that, hey, this is the court saying they think you should do it, but it's not binding on other courts, and it's not enough to overturn this instruction. It might be enough to change the instruction in the future. This will absolutely have an impact on how we get to jury instructions for the Baldwin case in July. The underlying jury instructions use, or more accurately, misuse of the and or connector requires this court to reverse defendant's reckless child abuse convictions. The thing that's interesting is Hannah's conviction is in a whole different set of jurisprudence, like a whole different realm of laws. It seems that in New Mexico, in their reckless child abuse like jurisprudence, that this has come up over and over again, and they've changed the jury instructions in 2015, and now they're trying to change the jury instruction again. Christy, when I get to the end of this is a great question. I'm going to save it. So we'll get there. That's a great question. I'm going to go pull up what their question was again, and go through it. It says, our determination to reverse defendant's convictions and remand for a new trial based on this instructional error makes it unnecessary for us to address defendant's remaining arguments concerning the jury instructions, a double jeopardy merger claim, and evidentiary arguments. So the appeals courts, if you ever take inspiration for how to do work as in your regular workday from an appellate court, it is solve the most obvious problem and kick everything else to the side. Like, the rest of it is moot. I have done this thing. And because I have done this thing, I'm not doing any other things. They really don't do extra work. They're not going to comment on anything that's not necessary. On this ground, it must be reversed. Done. That's it. The appellate court just gets to what they're getting to and does not add work, because them adding work fucks other shit up. So they just stop. They stop as soon as they can possibly stop. Half the time it's just on procedural grounds. I'm not going to get into the background. This is stemming out of a licensed daycare, which is just nightmare fuel for every parent. Let's go to the jury instructions. Cheryl M said, what is the difference between canon and precedence? Precedence and canon are the same thing. Canon is the law nerd term to take it into the fandom world to explain what jurisprudence is. So it was the law nerd dictionary version. If canon is too nerdy, lore too nerdy, back the history of the thing, the like binding history, which is really what canon is. Do my kids and I argue over what is and is not canon in various universes? Yes, we do. Yes, we absolutely do. The jury's elements instruction. Defendants contend reversible error resulted when the district court failed to properly identify the conduct or course of conduct alleged to be child abuse in the elements instruction. This is different here because the conduct or course of conduct for Hannah was either or, and the case law and even the annotations of the statute are clear that it doesn't have to be unanimous. So it's going to be different for Hannah than for this case because these seem like acts that the jury must be unanimous on a specific act versus Hannah's where they did not have to be unanimous. So defendants contend reversible error resulted when the district court failed to properly identify conduct or course of conduct alleged to be child abuse. Specifically, defendants argue that the instructions listing of the elements of the essential conduct with an and or conjunction provided for alternate ways to the jury to find that defendants committed child abuse without requiring the jury to be unanimous on any of those alternatives. And the case law at this point on involuntary manslaughter that I have seen, have I done a full deep dive into it? No, because it hasn't been argued until now. It seems settled. Is that the jury doesn't have to be unanimous on which theory of involuntary manslaughter. But here, if the jury has to be unanimous, then we've got an issue. Applying a de novo, fresh standard of review, we agree with the defendants. Quote, the propriety of jury instructions given or denied is a mixed question of law and fact, which we review de novo. As defendants preserved each of the instructional issues now raised, quote, we require the instructions for reversible error, or we review the instructions for reversible error, a process which requires us to consider the instructions as a whole, not singly, and look to whether a reasonable juror would have been confused or misdirected by the instructions. Juror confusion or misdirection may stem not only from the instructions that are facially contradictory or ambiguous, but from instruction which, through omission or misstatement, failed to provide the juror with an accurate rendition of relevant law. You can have reversible error if the judge reads them wrong. So if the judge says and instead of or and it changes the meaning, or if the judge drops a sentence out, if the judge reads the jury instructions wrong, it can be reversible error. And when the judge does read the jury instructions wrong, if it's not corrected, it's a huge problem, which is why as an attorney, you cannot zone out once the judge starts reading the jury instructions. You have to sit there with your jury instructions line by line. And if the judge misses something, bring it to the court's attention so it can be corrected, because otherwise it kind of dooms the case before they even deliberate. These indictments are identical to how they allege defendants committed child abuse. Pertinent here, count 1 alleges each defendant, quote, left the child unattended in a heated vehicle. Count 2 alleges different things that caused harm. At trial, these parties disagree on how to describe the conduct required for the jury to find the defendants guilty of reckless child abuse. Defendants request that the jury be required to find that the defendants, and then they narrowed it down how the child was left unattended. The state's requested instruction adopted fully by the court identified 4 different acts. So it becomes doing this and or this and or this and or this, which is not dissimilar here. Because here you have Hannah either loaded it with a live round or failed to do the safety checks. Why didn't Bowles bring it up in trial then? Ray, he did. He says he did. He says he argued this when they argued jury instructions and the court denied his argument. So he says that he did. We didn't get to watch it. He says that he did. And I'm sure that he did. I don't disbelieve that he did, because he would have known that this case was winding its way up to the Supreme Court. He should have been aware of that, because it very much impacts these jury instructions. They say, as we explain next, the presence of and or in the all-important conduct element of the essential element instructions confused and misdirected the jury and allowed it to make a finding of guilt on a legally inadequate basis. That's the case here. But the legislative intent and the case law in the realm of negligent child abuse and the realm of involuntary manslaughter may well be different. This is a deeper legal argument. I don't think it's as simple as the defense would like it to seem, with obviously it gets overturned. I don't think that's how that's going to go. So let's see. But we are dealing with the conduct element of the essential elements instruction in this case. We are dealing with both of those things. More than 75 years ago, recent history for the court system. More than 75 years ago, this court criticized the use of and or in the context of jury instructions. And yet they're still doing it. The highly objectionable phrase and or has no place in pleadings, findings of fact, conclusion of law, judgments, or decrees. State v. Smith. And yet it's still present in your jury instructions. So why didn't they rewrite your model jury instructions 75 fucking years ago? If this has stood for 75 years in the realm of involuntary manslaughter, I doubt that they are going to get this overturned. But you never know. This case law gives them grounds to argue. The highly objectionable phrase and or has no place in pleadings, findings of fact, conclusions of law, judgments, or decrees, and least of all in instructions to a jury. Instructions are intended to assist jurors in applying the law to the facts, and trial judges should put them in as simple language as possible. I absolutely agree with that. And not confuse them with this linguistic abomination. I don't know who the fine jurist is that wrote that scathing sentence, but well played. Well played. I really this linguistic abomination. I'm going to start saying that to my kids. Because we live in an age of linguistic abominations. No. Briz being one that I just can't. I love yeet. I think yeet was brilliant, but I can't with Riz. Linguistic abomination. I love everything about this paragraph. I am delighted. Whoever this fine jurist is from State v. Smith, hats off, chef's kiss. This is brilliant. Oh, let's see. Footnote 1. Although the point is not raised by defendants, we note, it's all dicta. It's all dicta. This is the court being like, we would also like to state. Although the point, excuse me, I almost forgot to do the footnote voice. How would we know it's a footnote? Although the point is not raised by the defendants, we note the potential problems inherent in the use of the word including in these jury instructions. When used in this setting, the word including, quote, usually a term of enlargement, twin biggin. Usually a term of enlargement and not of limitation that connotes an illustrative application, end quote, from United States versus Klein, internal quotation marks and citation omitted, can allow a jury, quote, to roam freely through the evidence and choose any facts which suit its fancy or its perception of logic to impose liability. Huh? They're roaming freely. Wherever the jury may roam, we can't have them scampering about the trial. They're allowed to choose whatever fact. They're the finders of fact. That's what they do. These juries, they're free range. They're just they are roaming on the open plain. We can't have free range juries. Goodness. That's the funniest language I've seen. They can't roam freely through the evidence and pick and choose. Without addressing this unraised issue, it's unraised. You don't get to address it. You don't get to just be like, by the way, this is a note. This footnote is for another lawyer, for another case. This is signaling to the lawyers of New Mexico that the Supreme Court would love to take up this issue, and they would love to also yeet the word including. But yeeting the word including, they're just signaling to the other attorneys out there, hey, by the way, if this comes up, bring it to us so we can kill this one too. We also hate this. So they're definitely signaling here that they would like to get rid of the word including as well, at least in the context of jury instructions. Without addressing this unraised issue head on, we simply acknowledge that there are additional concerns presented by the use of the word including alongside the already ambiguous term and or in the conduct element of the jury instructions of the case. Yes, we can't. Free range. But it's always interesting when you see a court signal so clearly. Generally, appellate courts are much more coded. It's really, for all you Swifties out there, Swifties, you would love law. You do. I know you do. But you would love like appellate law because they signal things in a way that and I enjoyed this very much in law school, less now, but if you read a lot of opinions by certain judges, it becomes very coded to the judge. And you can see by the language they're using the signaling of which way they're going to go. And you can start being like, this judge is going to do this judge is going to do that. I can see this judge doing this. And you can start to like plot on a map how they're going to do things. And often those signals are much more subtle. Appellate Easter eggs, exactly. It's exactly Easter eggs. Often those things are a bit more subtle. Here, it's not subtle at all. It's just a bring us this case. We would love to address it. Let's see. Where are we getting to stopping with case law and getting to their thoughts? Oh my God, my lip split. I don't even know how that happened. Rebecca Fitzgerald. Are the appellate Easter eggs free range though? Oh, they must be. Apparently the only Easter eggs we're allowed in the state of New Mexico are free range Easter eggs. Oh my goodness. Oh, my lip split and I just hate it. I just hate it. Thanks for the laugh, Emily. Haven't had a very good day so far. Jumping in and hearing linguistic abomination and free range jurors was much needed. I'm appreciating it too. I'm appreciating it too. Let's see. My husband recently asked me why Taylor Swift was so popular. What should I tell him? Have him listen to my podcast episode with Sir Mix-a-Lot when we talk about what Taylor Swift has done for the music industry. Because I think there's multiple ways that Taylor Swift is popular. I'm sure there's doctoral dissertations on the popularity of Taylor Swift. For me, Taylor Swift is not... Sidebar. Taylor Swift sidebar. For me, it's not that this is the music I grew up with. Like when I look at the music that was like my heart and soul growing up as a young teen, as a teen and through college, it was the 90s. It was the Dave Matthews Band. It was Rage Against the Machine, Metallica. It was different. So there are the group that like Taylor Swift voices their soul back to them. There's also the group that looks at Taylor Swift as an icon in the industry, fighting for smaller artists, fighting for equality, and continuing to stand up and say things like, why aren't women in the industry being treated the same way as men in the industry are? So there's those that love the things that Taylor Swift has done in the music industry. Hey, yeah, Apple, you can stream my music as long as all artists are getting paid this. Or, hey, Spotify, sure, you can stream my music, but I want to make sure all artists are getting this. So there's different ways to connect to Taylor Swift. Whether you like her music or not, I think there's room to respect how she has used her fame and used her used her business savvy to help others and not just herself. And that is something that a lot of people, even if her music is not necessarily for them, a lot of people can respect what she has done with her fame. And she's definitely done more with her fame. I love you guys sharing in the chat who is the soundtrack of your soul. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. And not to say I don't enjoy Taylor Swift music. I do. It's just not, it didn't hit me at that place in my life where music becomes like woven into your DNA, if that makes sense. So there's some that respect her as an artist, some that respect her as a businesswoman, some that just love that FTX and SBF and all of the crypto bros were like, we'd love you to do this. And she's like, yeah, no. The thing that would make me love Taylor Swift more is if she took on Ticketmaster single-handedly and was like, what we're not going to do. Like, I'm waiting for that to happen. Back from the footnote, back from the sidebar. So let's get back to this Supreme Court decision and see what they're saying. Commentators too have weighed in on the subject, including aforementioned Brian A. Garner, whose unvarnished view. God, they're here for it today. We love these appellate judges. Thanks for at least being entertaining. Whose unvarnished view is that, quote, the only safe rule to follow is to not use the expression and or in any legal writing, document, or proceeding under any circumstances. Well, that is much stronger, but I think that's going to be dicta. So Tommy said, I'm right there with you and close in age to you, Emily. So the same music influences me. And it's really different. Like the music, I think the music that influences us in our developmental years is just a little bit different. But that doesn't mean that music can't influence us as we get older. It's just I tend to go back to the same things over and over. And I've definitely infected my children with 90s music. When my teen is like a grumpy old man in the morning and he's just like, why does music suck today? I'm like, I don't know, buddy. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. Dennis said, EDB, did you know that Dave Matthews is up to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? They are again up for the fan vote. They have won the fan vote multiple times and still not been on the list to be inducted. So I am salty. But I'm still voting. Oh, speaking of voting, the mods have also been sharing the voting for my friend Rick Hoeg, who is up for the Stroke Hero Award. If you guys follow along with lawyers on the internet, you're probably familiar with Rick Hoeg. You're familiar that he suffered a very, very serious stroke and a very, very scary stroke for him, for his family, and has done an incredible series on his recovery, working with his doctors. And so not only can you vote for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but today is the last day to vote for Rick Hoeg. You can vote for Rick. You can vote for how inspiring his story is, what an inspiring human he is, and to support the community here on YouTube. And not only is it supporting Rick, but it also supports that, content creation here has a tremendous impact. And so you can vote. You do have to go to your email after you vote and validate it. So the voting is very secure. So it can't just get botted. So you have to go to your email and then select it. It took me a minute to figure that out. So you have to keep going until you get to the end. Runkle, good to see you in the chat. You have to keep clicking vote buttons until you see the countdown. Yeah, it's a lot of steps, but it's worth it. It's making sure that you're not going to get distracted in the middle. And yes, everybody, vote for Hoeg. Very, very legally blonde of us. Now let's get back to what this Supreme Court is doing. Let's see. So the commentator, Brian's like, look, and or sucks for law, don't do it. And it's true. Law tends to be very big on trying to make things finite. So the and or is very loosey, apple juicy for law. So for those of you asking where you can vote for Rick, it's pinned in the chat and the mods are sharing the link as well. And the link will be in the description of the video for those of you in the replay crew, because we love you. All the things, you know, you guys are like, we're doing all the things today. We're winning awards for Rick. We're getting on the New York Times bestseller list with Octo and Cy Montgomery for The Incredible Secrets of the Octopus. Like, we're doing all the things today. Law nerds out there making impact. Okay. Let's see. Professor Ira P. Robbins espouse a more measured approach, which recognizes that, well, the proper use of and or creates neither ambiguity nor confusion. In most areas of the law, the term should not be used in jury instructions, and especially in cases that involve more than one person, victim, or element of a crime or civil cause of action, because jury instructions that use the term in that context carry a risk of jurors making decisions that they are not allowed to make. And this is from a law review from 2018, and the proper use of legal language. Are the lawyers fighting for years over the and/or? Yes. Yes. If you too would like to talk and fight about niche aspects of linguistics, law might be for you. Regardless of the circumstances or context in its legal usage, the intended meaning of the term and or is rendered all the more confusing, whereas here it is used to both separate and join more than two propositions in a single statement. Professor Robbins explains the added complexities of this linguistic dilemma. Using and or to separate two terms, such as A and or B, invites the reader to choose only A, only B, or both A and B. Yes, it does. Thus, a reader is presented with only three options when and or is used to separate two terms. Yes. However, as opposed to A and or B, adding an additional proposition C can leave a reader guessing whether and or is intended to be placed between all propositions or only some of the propositions. On the one hand, A, B, and or C could provide a choice among A, B, and C, or any combination thereof, equal to A and or B and or C. We're starting to feel like math equations. On the other hand, the placement of and or between B and C might suggest that it is and or is intended to provide a choice between only B and C, with A remaining the constant. In this scenario, the possible choices for the reader end up being A and B, A and C, or all three. I get it. For those of you that are like, I'm confused, that's the argument. The argument here is that the jury instructions are confusing because you're like, neither type of opera is on sale, neither type of rap is on sale. And you feel like you are doing a math equation. And that is why they are arguing that the and or is too confusing in these jury instructions. Hold on, what page are we on? We're on page 10, chat. Somebody remember that, because I'm going to ask as we scroll down to these jury instructions. Sorry for the scrolling, but these jury instructions are and or in only one place. And we're at, well, Runkle, I'm not done reading the opinion yet. That's the issue that the defense has stated in their motion that wasn't a motion. The defense motion was this should be overturned because that. So I'm going off of that. The jury instruction here is Hannah loaded live ammunition into the firearm and or Hannah failed to perform the adequate safety check. But the case law in the area of involuntary manslaughter says that the jury, Runkle, that's fair, that the jury does not have to be unanimous on theory. But these aren't illegal conviction options. It's that it's confusing, and some of the possibilities may be illegal conviction options, which is not what's happening here. Bowles doesn't understand the case because it's not the issue here. The issue, the jury can decide 6 for A, 6 for B, and still come to a verdict because they don't have to be unanimous. Let's see. I was on page 10. Where are we? We're not going to go through this entire, that's a lot of footnotes. I just wanted to get, this is what I wanted to get to, was the discussion. That's the dissent. I wanted to get to the kind of the meat of what they were deciding here. Let's see. And we hadn't done that just yet. We haven't gotten really to the point. We're still in the background of how the law is. And I wanted to get us more to the point of what they're like specifically what they're deciding. All right, we're on 10. The jury was required to parse the complexities created by the presence of multiple alternative propositions framed by a single and/or connector in determining whether the course of conduct allegedly engaged in by defendants in the hours leading up to the tragic incident constituted reckless child abuse. The jury was left to pick and choose between what the court presented as no fewer than 4 alternative species of conduct attributed to defendants and to assess the nature of severity of the risk each prevented, both individually and in combination, with no guidance to aid its inquiry. And that does sound confusing. Runkle said, I'm just excited on this case because I read through it yesterday and have opinions, also COVID. I know you have opinions and you have COVID. Runkle, I'll go watch your video on it too. I have not read through this. We're reading it first glance all together, which with appellate cases is not my favorite thing to do. But this one's sassy, so I'm here. This is an area where, and I'm looking at it basically by what the prosecution's going to argue, because the defense argued fucking nothing. The defense is like, this case happened, overturn it. And like, there's no argument for the defense guiding their interpretation of this case. It's like, this case means it has to be overturned. And I don't think we've gotten to what this case means. This case is saying you've got 2 defendants in 4 different acts. So you've got a jury that can come up with a million different combinations. And that's not what is a clear jury instruction. The jury was left to pick and choose between what the court presented as no fewer than 4 alternative types of conduct and 2 different defendants. And that's a lot. This violated our teaching in counsel that, quote, when 2 or more different or inconsistent acts, and Hannah's aren't inconsistent, or courses of conduct are advanced by the state as alternative theories as to how a child's injuries occurred, then the jury must make an informed and unanimous decision guided by separate instructions as to the culpable act the defendant committed and for which he is being punished. Which is interesting because in the jurisprudence of involuntary manslaughter, the law, at least as it is now, is that the jury does not have to be unanimous on the theories. And this is where you get the differentiation between the cases. This jurisprudence in child abuse is saying the jury must be unanimous on the course of conduct and how the injury occurred, which isn't surprising to me. But on the invol, with different theories, the jury does not have to be unanimous as to theory, and there was an instruction to that in this case. I see you, chat. I think the Bowles motion is at least half cocked. It's definitely not fully cocked. An additional problem with the conduct element of the essentials element instruction goes beyond the convoluted form of the instructions and compounds juror confusion and misdirection. Well, in this case, I can see how a jury's confused. You've got 2 defendants in like this and or that and or this and or that. I can see where the jury's confused. I don't think the jury's confused here. We refer to the fact that the multiple propositions set out in the instructions involve acts or omissions, so they're inapposite, that fit into 2 separate and distinct categories of conduct, which isn't the case in Hannah Gutierrez's case. The first category is defendants' alleged violations of one or more of the policies put in place by the CYFD to promote a safe operation daycares. The second category is the exclusive focus on defendants' ultimate conduct. Those are different things. Those should have been different jury instructions. Like, did they do this or did they do that? The record of the jury instruction conference reveals that the references in the instructions to defendants' alleged CYFD lapses were intended from the state's perspective to satisfy the reckless requirement of the charged child abuse offenses by shedding light on the totality of the circumstances, surrounding the incident on all the risks defendants disregarded. In contrast, the jury instructions reference to defendant's ultimate act of neglecting to remove the victims from the vehicle intended to relate to the conduct or actus reus component of the child abuse charges. Well, those have to be distinguished then. This case is, to me, and we're not at the end yet, but to me, this case is clearly distinguishable from Hannah's case. It's not this case overturned, your case must overturn. It's much more nuanced than that, because these are two totally separate circumstances. And you know what Bowles didn't argue? Bowles didn't argue. Runkle, what page? Because I'm going to start skipping over stuff in a minute. Bowles didn't argue any of this case. He just said this case stands for that, therefore overturned. But he didn't argue at all. He just said it must be overturned. But the divergent purposes and relative import of these two categories of conduct were never explained to the jury. So they're two completely different things, which again is not what we're dealing with Bowles, with Hannah. So I think this is distinguishable. It is thus clear that a reasonable juror, at least one untrained as a linguist, I mean, all of us are untrained as a linguist. Make all the linguist jokes you want, chat. Would have been confused or misdirected by the jury instruction. But I don't think that's the case here. This conclusion is buttressed by the empirical study. Fantastic. Buttressed by the empirical studies that confirm the substantial conceptual challenges jurors face in properly understanding the interplay between criminal intent and act requirements. Thank you, chat. You've made my day. We've gotten to all of the linguist jokes and flying buttresses. But yes, buttress like part of a building, like it's propped up the argument. The essential elements instructions here only add to jury confusion and misdirection instead of lessening these problems. In the final argument, I'm on page 13 now. We're right on time. Let's see. Where were we? The essential elements instruction here only added to jury confusion and misdirection instead of lessening these problems. Did the jury indicate they were confused? Or was the jury just like, they're guilty? In the final analysis, the conduct element instructions, with their complex structure and prominent use of the term and or on their face, allow the jury to make a, quote, decision they were not allowed to make, end quote, from Robbins. That is to say, the jury was allowed to return guilty verdicts solely based on one or more of the defendant's alleged CYFD violations. Oh. Well, Runkle, I see what you're saying, because the jury can't convict based just on the policy violations. So the argument this case is saying is, hey, you've made the jury instructions so convoluted that if the jury finds that they just violated the policy of the daycare, then they can come to a guilty verdict, which is not legally tenable, which is what is so different about Hannah's case. Hannah's case is she's either guilty this way or this way on the lawful or unlawful theories. These aren't different theories where you need a non-unanimous verdict. These are actions where you need a unanimous verdict on each action. So, Runkle, I agree with you. They're overturning this in the context of the model jury instructions for child abuse because it would allow the jury to convict someone on actions that are not convictable. But that's a completely different case than here. It's not the same. It's very easily distinguishable, but I don't know what the prosecution's going to respond to Bowles with. The prosecution's going to respond to Bowles with,
Excuse me, Your Honor. If he doesn't do his assignment, like, I can't do mine. We're supposed to be talking about Haiti, and she's talking about some dinner party.
We've reached full clueless. Like, Bowles argued nothing. Bowles said, this case, ergo dismiss. And the prosecution's like, these aren't the same. It's literally not the same at all. Runkle, I agree with you. Just because it says and or doesn't mean it's the same. Allison said, hello, it was his 50th birthday. Some little garden party. Did Bowles just like slip to the conclusion and be like, good enough? For our analysis, okay, now we're getting to what the court is deciding. The court has decided that this is the problem. This is the problem for this court, not for what Bowles is arguing. The problem in this Supreme Court decision. The jury was allowed to return guilty verdicts solely based on one or more of the defendant's alleged policy violations. For our analysis, this court need not address the legal efficacy of each of the several conviction choices available to the jury under the essential elements instruction is framed. Instead, it is enough to point out that the jury, as instructed, could have convicted defendants on the charged felony child abuse crimes for merely failing to obtain agency permission to transport the children to and from a nearby park. This technical violation of the agency's policy could not support a standalone finding that the defendants placed the victims in any direct line of danger. So the way that the jury instructions in the underlying case, the way that the jury instructions were written, could allow a jury to determine a guilty verdict on a felony based on action that is legally insufficient to base a guilty verdict on, which would be the policy violation. Therefore, this use of and or in these jury instructions in this type of case is improper. But we're not dealing with and or being used for 4 different acts. We're not dealing with a child abuse case. And we're not dealing with a case where if they had picked A instead of B, they would render a verdict on something that wasn't legally sufficient. And we're dealing with a case in involuntary manslaughter with a history of case law that says that the theory doesn't have to be unanimous. So this reasoning by the court, not dicta, this reasoning, the dicta, which means the non-canon part of the ruling, the dicta part is we hate and or stop using it in jury instructions. But when you narrow down the ruling, the narrowed down ruling is in this case, the jury could convict on things that you can't legally convict on. Therefore, in child abuse cases specifically, you cannot use this language in the jury instructions. Okay, well, that's not Hannah's case. All right. In rejecting defendants' arguments under this point, the Court of Appeals relied on State v. Goody. We're going with that, reiterating that where alternative theories of guilt are put forth under a single charge, jury unanimity is required only as to the verdict, not a particular theory of guilt. That is Hannah's case. That is Hannah's case. That right there. That case law is Hannah's case. Alternative theories of guilt. But the child abuse case that this Supreme Court is dealing with is not alternative theories of guilt. They're alternative actions. This case law is square bang on with Hannah's case. So even in this Supreme Court case, it points to the case law that supports the conviction of Hannah. Alternate theories of guilt put forth under a single charge. That's exactly Hannah's case. Jury unanimity is required only as to the verdict, not the particular theory. That's Hannah's case, which is why she's going to lose this motion. and that the jury's general verdict will not be disturbed in such a case where substantial evidence exists in the record supporting at least one of the theories of the crime presented to the jury. Well, that's the end. That's all, folks.
Thank you for coming. It's been delightful. That's Hannah's case, and that's why this motion is going to be denied at the state level. Just denied. Just denied.
This case is easily distinguishable from Hannah's, and this Supreme Court case cites the law that is squarely on point to Hannah's. For two reasons, they say in the underlying case, the Court of Appeals inappropriately relied on Goody. First, because the issue argued in Goody was not presented or not preserved. The Goody court initially addressed whether there was fundamental error in the instructions, whereas the issue in this case was preserved. That is procedural. Second, and decisively, Goody has no applicability to the cases such as this case, in which one of the alternatives on which the jury is allowed to return a guilty verdict is legally inadequate. Oh my God! Bulls! Chat. The Supreme Court has just made the state's argument for them in that paragraph. The Supreme Court has just distinguished the Goody case and the other cases. Those are Hannah's case from this case. So the Supreme Court has said the reason those cases are different is because they're so different from this case. And it's that argument is laid out why the two cases, they did. When do you, they distinguished it in the ruling. So in this Supreme Court ruling, they clearly distinguish between cases like Hannah's, which would rely on the Goody case because it's alternate theories, and this case. It lays it the fuck out. It lays it out perfectly. All the state needs to do is argue that. But Bowles didn't even argue. Oh. Bowles. Wrong place, sir. It's in the middle. Did you just read the conclusion? Because he needed to cut off this argument at the neck, and he did not. You got to double tap this argument and your argument, Bowles, because the prosecution's going to come in here with this argument that I just read, and it's going to win because the Supreme Court has clearly distinguished between Hannah's case and this case, and that means you lose. And the court did it for you. Emily, you should have just kept reading. Second, and decisively, decisively. Second, and decisively, Goody has no applicability to cases such as this case in which the alternatives on which the jury is allowed to return a guilty verdict is legally inadequate. The opposite of that is Goody applies in cases where the alternatives on which the jury is allowed to return a guilty verdict are both legally adequate. Grunkle, I think you might be right. I think he read the treatment of this case. I don't think he even read the conclusion. I think he read an email forwarding the decision. I mean, or the treatment, or somebody's breakdown of it. This is so distinguishable. It's not normally this easy to distinguish cases, but this one is not hard. You're not like grasping at distinguishing cases. And then they go on about the sufficiency of the evidence, which we're not going to go on about because the court just made the argument that I was looking for, which is the problem for the Supreme Court. Let's do the conclusion and then I'll do a quick TLDR of this because all of you were like, I'm so confused and I am not a linguist. Fair. Where is this court's conclusion? Conclusion. Based on the significant risk of jury confusion and misdirection created by the use of the unambiguous term and or in identifying defendant's underlying course of conduct in the jury instruction as framed, we reverse defendant's reckless child abuse convictions and remand for a new trial consistent with this opinion. Here's the TLDR on that. let's just Bowles filed this motion. We're going to go back up to the top of Bowles's motion. Nope. Wrong. I was in the wrong window. Bowles's motion is literally a page arguing, quote, the jury instruction issue is virtually certain to result in a reversal of the trial conviction under the new Taylor opinion reasoning. Wrong. Just wait. Nope. No, where's my record scratch? Nope. Wrong. Wrong. Bowles also says the court noted such drafting of instructions could confuse the jury and lead to a non-unanimous verdict on any particular act. That's not at all what the court said. Okay, now that we've read the opinion, we're going to reread Bowles's and then I'll do a TLDR because now I'm just like, we need to read the whole thing. Okay. The conviction date is wrong. It was March 6th. Hold on. I'm going to fact check myself. How? I'm going to go to the date of my video. I'm just going to go look up the date of the video for when we did the verdict because it'll just be there. Let's see. Live stream verdict March 6th. So his motion starts out, God damn it. Emily, take a breath and then don't rage. Think. Stop raging. They say on March 5th, the jury returned a split verdict. Wrong, it was March 6th. The Supreme Court just issued a ruling, in this case, State of New Mexico versus Taylor on March 14th. The opinion is attached, correct. In Taylor, the court reversed child abuse convictions on jury instruction error. Yes. Specifically, the court criticized the use of and or. They did criticize it, but it wasn't the only thing. Criticized the use of and or in listing various acts the jury could find committed by the defendants. The court noted that such drafting of instructions could confuse the jury and lead to a non-unanimous verdict on a particular act, and that a non-unanimous verdict on some of the acts would be a legally untenable verdict. You're missing part of it because that's not all that they said. This is precisely the argument that Ms. Gutierrez Reed made in the jury instruction arguments before this court. It can't be because both of the options for Hannah are legally sufficient. These arguments were overruled and the state made the same instructional error in this case using and or acts, allowing the jury to be non-unanimous on any one particular act. Because both acts are tenable, the jurisprudence allows for non-unanimous verdicts when both options are verdicts that can be legally sustained. In light of Taylor, the Court of Appeals or Supreme Court on writ would almost certainly have to overturn the result in this case.
No. Nope. Nuh-uh. No. Niet. 9. I need other words for no. Wrong.
No, they would not. Not to mention, you can't take a writ at this point. You have to hear this motion through this court and then appeal. No, we just read the opinion. No. Nada. Thank you. Oh, thank you for all the words for no. Accordingly, Ms. Gutierrez Reed is requesting this court vacate her conviction and order a new trial. Sure, you can request it. The jury instruction issue is virtually certain to result in a reversal of the trial conviction under the new Taylor opinion reasoning. No, it's not. The Taylor opinion reasoning, wrong. The Taylor opinion reasoning is that when and or language is used in child abuse cases, and some of the acts are not acts that are sufficient to find a conviction, it is possible that the jury could come to a verdict based on things that are not illegal. And what you can't do is convict someone on actions that aren't illegal in that circumstance. In involuntary manslaughter, you actually can convict someone on actions that aren't illegal if they do them recklessly. It's different. And in Hannah's case, both options have sufficient evidence for the jury to convict her. If all of them vote for A, conviction. If all of them vote for B, conviction. If 6 and 6, conviction. In the underlying Supreme Court Taylor case, if all of them chose option whatever it is, A, on the violation of policy, it's not sufficient to convict. It's legally untenable. So it's not the same at all. It would be a manifest injustice to keep Miss Gutierrez Reed incarcerated. It's a manifest injustice that my first year legal professors don't get to yell at you the way that I would have gotten yelled at if I had submitted this in any of my legal writing classes. Emily, are you still traumatized? Maybe a little. Law school is like break you down to build you up kind of situation. Like less running than the military, but it's the same, like break you down to build you up. So, all of that said, no. This is not virtually certain to get a new trial. This is not virtually certain to be overturned. This isn't, the thing that frustrates me, I think, the most is that there are probably other issues for new trial in this case that he has not raised. I imagine there's other issues in this case. There were moments in this case where I was shocked by the things happening in court. The prosecutor just talking, the prosecutor like directing one of the witnesses, the lead detective, by the way, leading one of the witnesses from counsel table in the middle of cross-examination and directing her what to do. Like there are other issues in this case. But he's using his new trial motion to say that the Taylor case is directly on point, which it is not. It is easily distinguishable. And in fact, the Supreme Court decision distinguishes this exact fact scenario from the case at issue. In that case, Hannah deserves a better argument. All defendants deserve a better argument. And that's, I think, why I'm so frustrated at the moment. No. This is the only thing in your motion for new trial? Wrong. The court's going to read that case and look at the fact that it distinguishes in the Supreme Court ruling and be like, okay, we're going to have a hearing on it. You can argue it sometime between now and April 15th or on April 15th. We can argue it and it's going to get denied. So no. Like none. Not at all. Do I think Hannah's going to get a new trial based on this? Sure isn't. Is my hair making me crazy? Sure is. This is not great. This is not great. All right. Let's go to Baldwin's lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see a stark contrast in lawyering between Baldwin's lawyers and Gutierrez's lawyers? Probably. Are we going to discuss how appalling it is that money plays such a huge role in the justice system in the United States? Not today. Not today, but can you all appreciate that on your own? Yes, you can. Where is my Baldwin motion? Did it not populate? Hold on. Give me 1 second to find the motion that I put in here this morning, unless I misnamed it or put it the wrong. Did I stick this motion in the wrong folder? It says replace existing file. That means it's got to be here somewhere. Oh, I didn't date it wrong. Me talking to myself. There it is. All right, let's go to Baldwin's motion and then we'll get to Q&A. It's 2 hours in. Mods, thank you. We're going to just go a little bit longer today. We didn't stream and we don't have a new podcast out tomorrow. So I'm going to do, I found it, Runkle. Thank you. We're going to do Baldwin's motion. Here, let me swoop. We are going to take a first look at Baldwin's motion to dismiss the indictment. This motion and exhibit is over 100 pages. Next week's podcast, and the reason we're doing it is because next week gives me a little bit of time to prep for a full breakdown of like what's the state of Baldwin's case right now, not from just this motion, but also this motion, but from this motion, from the civil cases, and from the witnesses we saw in Hannah's case. So we're doing a deep dive into what does this all mean for Baldwin in next week's podcast, because I need the extra week to prep that motion. This week we have the members only, and let's see if we are back. We were at 10,000 live concurrent. When we hit back at 10,000 live concurrent, I'll gift some memberships so you guys can join the members only tomorrow, and we will go from there. So we don't have a podcast dropping on YouTube tomorrow. We have an audio only podcast dropping. If you need to go watch a podcast, not all of you, and I know because I can see it, not all of you watched the Sir Mix-a-Lot podcast. We really had a wonderful conversation, not just about the music industry, about Taylor Swift, about AI, about the future of the music industry, but also stories and his memories of Prince, record labels owning your name, image, and likeness, and inspiration, not just for new artists, but I think inspiration for anyone. So if you listen to that art interview, I think a lot of you were also inspired because he is inspirational. He's also a law nerd. He also was so funny at the beginning of our interview. He's like, normally people only want to talk to me about asses. I was like, and we're going to talk about your deep knowledge of the music industry and copyright. And do you know what came across my Instagram today? Simon and Garfunkel sing Baby Got Back. So there had been one fleeting comment about, what does an artist who had a song out in the 90s know about the music industry and protecting rights in the music industry and the change of the music industry. And I'm like, so much. He knows so much because he's been in this industry pre-streaming. So to watch the industry go from Napster and LimeWire, from full albums to record deals that are now getting signed for 2 songs to see if they hit on TikTok or not, he knows a lot about protecting the value of music. So if you haven't listened, please go listen. I would appreciate it, and so would he, I think. So let's get into this motion. I think I swooped. So, there we go. Where are we? Here we are. State of New Mexico, Alec Baldwin, same judge, and a whole lot of lawyers. The Bailey, LeBlanc, and Lane are your local counsel. The Quinn Emanuel lawyers are the fancy New York lawyers. What's so funny to me, and these are lawyers from both New York and Houston. What's hilarious to me, Exhibit 1, where's the motion? There's the motion. What's hilarious to me is there are so many times where this prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, argues about these New York City lawyers. Like New York City. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Morrissey deals with lawyers from one of the top multinational law firms in the country. In theory, these are not just very expensive lawyers, but very good lawyers. So we will see. This is one of the top firms internationally. So it's going to be different lawyering, and there's a lot more money being thrown behind this from Baldwin's camp, obviously. Sunset asked the question, pro hoc vice. It's not funny thing about law school is it just teaches you how to pronounce things that are not spelled the way they are pronounced. But pro hoc vice means that they are lawyers admitted to practice elsewhere that are admitted for limited purpose into this court. So Luke, Nicholas, and Alex are probably barred in New York, if not elsewhere as well. John Bash is out of Texas, probably barred in Texas and maybe elsewhere, but they are practicing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. If they are not bar licensed in New Mexico, the court can allow them to practice for this case pro hoc vice. So you're allowed to practice with an attorney that practices in this jurisdiction, even though you don't practice here. So when people are like, oh, this attorney's not even licensed here, it's kind of like, and like, I very, very rarely have seen pro hoc vice be denied. And it normally is denied if the lawyer has had disciplinary issues or issues with that court. I've seen courts revoke pro hoc vice when the lawyer doesn't do what they're supposed to do. And that's been ongoing in whoa, gosh, my brain. In one of the cases, but that's going on currently. Witness, this attorney doesn't even go here, but can go here for this. Like, you don't even go here, but you can stay for just this case. Exactly what it is. Here 4 years gave us the actual definition of for this turn. It's like, you can do this for this case. You're not admitted to practice in New Mexico, but you're allowed to come in for this case. Like my cousin Vinny. I don't know who was pro hoc vice and Depp Heard. Some of them would have been. Because some of the attorneys were licensed, like Camille Vasquez went to the same law school I did in California. She would have been licensed in California. I think Dennison was licensed in New York, but Ben Chu was licensed in Virginia. So is it a legal hall pass? Yes. So generally, it's not difficult to do. I wonder if the Austin attorney, not to be super stereotypical about Texas, but I wonder if you have an attorney who knows at least a minimal about guns. And not to stereotype Texas, but I would guess that the Texas attorneys might know maybe more than the New York attorneys, just making broad generalizations, but who knows? It's interesting that you've got a Texas attorney, the New York attorneys, but then you've also got a Houston, Texas attorney too. So you've got a lot of different attorneys on this thing. I'm not surprised. Huge, huge law firm. Runkle's like, I know a guy who knows about guns. Runkle, which is why I kept telling everyone to just go check out your coverage to talk about guns. You know way more than I do. Rebellious Heart said, depends on what part of Texas. I'm like, that's fair. It's like, not everyone in Tennessee, but a lot knows something about weapons. And oh my God, there was a moment at Walt Disney World where I was looking at these signs warning of snakes and alligators. I'm like, this is definitely something that does not exist in Disneyland in Southern California. Introduction. This is a simple motion. Excuse me. You filed 700 pages. You filed an unopposed motion to exceed page limits and filed 700 pages. This is a simple motion. Sir, get GFO. Simple motion. The state has repeatedly and improperly disclosed information about the prosecution of Alec Baldwin and the grand jury proceeding, ranging from comments about Baldwin's criminal culpability to the grand jury date. What? And the rationale behind presenting this case to a grand jury. I need to go find those comments before my deep dive. Miguelina, will you make me a note, please, that I need to go find those comments before I do my deep dive next week? Thank you. On November 15th, the court sought to stop further disclosures about the grand jury. What in the fuck is happening? Grand jury proceedings are secret. Prosecutors generally love the fact that they are secret. That's what they do. Like a grand jury proceeding, like we saw in the Idaho Koberger case, is so much more typical, where you think there's going to be a prelim and they're like, haha, we indicted you. And everybody's like, what the fuck happened? And nobody knows. And it's all sealed and nobody talks about it. We don't talk about Bruno. That's generally how this goes. On November 15th, 2023, the court sought to stop further discussions about the grand jury process, ordering the parties to refrain from commenting about the grand jury process or the content of any hearings before the court related to the grand jury. Right, that should all be sealed. It's secret. I mean, I hate it now that I'm a legal commentator because I'm a nosy bitch and I want to know. And when I was a DA, I could just like call up my colleague and be like, what happened? Because we were in the same office. I can't do that now. The state has already violated that order. After seeing the prosecution's snipping at the defense during this trial, I tell me more. I'm not going to argue with you. Barely 1 hour after the court issued the order, the state disclosed details about the November 15th hearing to NBC News. Really? The court's order was clear and the state violated it. Where's the sanctions motion? Is there also a sanctions motion? The court should therefore hold the state in contempt and issue appropriate sanctions. Out there, it's in here too. Factual background. I will say, just so you know where I'm coming from, if you've watched all of the coverage of this case, you will see that half of my coverage from the beginning of this case is looking at the prosecution being like, what the fuck is happening? First, and I think it was before this special prosecutor came onto the case. First, they filed against Baldwin the involuntary manslaughter plus a gun allegation that wasn't actually applicable. Then they dismissed the indictment entirely. Then they rebrought the indictment, but then they made like 5 press releases before they brought the indictment again. I've never seen a prosecutor's office act quite that way. Normally, they do the thing, and then there's a press statement like, and we did the thing, here's the thing that we did. You don't get press release after press release going, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You don't get these forward-looking things. You get a thing happened. Anyway, the state has pursued a prejudicial media campaign against Baldwin since the beginning of this prosecution. On January 18th, 2023, the district attorney's office announced that it would reveal its charging decisions related to the Rust shooting the following day, which again, so weird. Just do the charges. You don't need like a pre-press conference before the press conference, before the other press conference. I didn't like it. The announcement featured high-definition media headshots of District Attorney Mary Carmick Altuiz and Special Prosecutor Andrea Reed. Andrea is no longer on the case. The announcement stated that there would be no news conference or public appearances by the DA's office. That lies. There were so many. They made quite a few statements in connection with the decision, and that the announcement would be a solemn occasion made in a manner keeping with the office's commitment to upholding the integrity of the judicial process and respecting the victim's family. Okay. This is from the DA's office. It looks like a Facebook post just by formatting. On Thursday, my office will announce the decision whether to press charges in the 2021 Santa Fe County film set shooting that killed movie director, cinematographer Helena Hutchins. I and Special Prosecutor Andrea will announce our decision in a written statement that will be shared with the media and the public at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. You don't need a pre-press conference. 40 minutes before the district attorney's announcement on January 19th, Baldwin's counsel received a call from the Wall Street Journal asking whether he wanted to comment on the fact that Baldwin would be charged with involuntary manslaughter, affirmation of Luke Nikas. Luke, not Nicholas, Nikas. This phone call was the first time Baldwin or his counsel learned that the state would be pursuing criminal charges. Awkward. That morning at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, the district attorney's office announced that it planned to charge Baldwin with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, plus a sentencing enhancement for the use of a firearm. Bad move. Nikas? I'm going with Nicodemus. I'm sorry, counsel. Luke, your last name is now Nicodemus. The press release stated that the firearm enhancement makes the crime punishable by a mandatory 5 years in jail. The press release just confirmed the fact that none of y'all understood your own charging because you charged something that actually couldn't be charged, and it was embarrassing. It was just like, are you not embarrassed? If any of you have had a bad day at work, I'm sure all of you have. Same with parenting, same with adulting. All of us have had those days where we're like, please let no one actually see this. They did this with their full chest in public. He's going to be serving a mandatory 5 years in jail. And all the media ran with it. And I was reading through this going, I I don't know how they're doing this. Also, it doesn't seem like it's a mandatory 5 years. I was confusion. I'm like, maybe the media knows something I don't know. Next time yes, it was a Secret of Nim reference for those of you in the chat crew that had the same childhood I did. So I was questioning myself when I was reading through all of the statute about this. I'm like, this is confusing. I am confusion. And then I'm like, maybe the media knows something I don't. Of course, maybe I've read it wrong. It can't possibly be that I am right and they are wrong. Wrong. I was right. They were wrong because they were relying on the prosecutors who were wrong. This was so embarrassing. Contrary to their statement that this would be a solemn occasion with no public appearances after announcing the charges, the district attorney and special prosecutor immediately, they sure did, appeared on several national television programs. They did. During those appearances, I will just say, if you are a prosecutor, Drea said rude to make EDB doubt herself. Drea, it's okay. My therapist and I work on it. I'm like, this is it's not specifically a neurodivergent thing. For me, it's a neurodivergent thing. I first assume that I am wrong and that I have missed something. And then I have to work my way around back to, I didn't miss anything. I didn't misinterpret something. I'm not missing information. They are wrong. I am right. It's a longer process to double check and verify. Because I'm always afraid I'm going to miss something. And that is just growing up super ADHD and on occasion missing things. But if you want to be a prosecutor or a known working lawyer, there is a lot to be said about doing good work and not necessarily needing the attention that comes with it. There are a lot of times that you can be known within your legal community without needing to be known to the greater world. You can do your work excellently and have a fantastic reputation without needing television cameras around. And I would just posit that for attorneys, there is something beautiful about being able to do the work in your legal community and have a reputation there without the internet necessarily needing to weigh in on it. This is a high profile case, but if you are saying we're not going to do any press releases, we're going to give you a written statement and that's it, stick to your word. Because sticking to we want to appear on TV all the time can make some wonder if the reason you're prosecuting this case is because it's a high profile case, because it's politically motivated or otherwise. And that goes for all high profile cases. Different prosecutors' offices handle things differently. And there's a lot to be said about putting out a written press release and letting media relations handle it until the case is done. A lot of you felt, I agreed, that when we got to the end of the Murdaugh case, the prosecution's press conference almost felt like a victory lap, which at the end of a murder case feels kind of awful. I think it wouldn't have felt as odd or as off if they had waited till after sentencing and waited a little bit longer. But it felt gross, right? It's the end of a murder case and they're running a victory lap of like, we did it, guys. Thank you and thank you and thanks to them. And let's continue on. I don't know why we're frozen. I don't see frozen. But the chat seems to think we're frozen. So we're going to keep going. And hopefully you guys are back. I don't see a buffer on my end, so I don't know if it was a stream buffer. Sorry, chat. That didn't look like a blip on my end, but we'll keep going. You didn't miss anything. So the special prosecutor immediately appeared on several national television programs. During these appearances, the elected DA and the special prosecutor commented on the evidence, Baldwin's culpability, impending charge ones, and Baldwin's possible sentence. They did do that. They did do that. For example, less than an hour after charges were announced, the elected DA appeared on CNN to discuss key pieces of evidence with a reporter from the Santa Fe, New Mexican, footnote 1. Santa Fe DA explains decision to charge Alec Baldwin over arrest shooting. CNN, and then there's a link. During the program, the elected DA asserted that Baldwin, quote, had a duty to make sure the set was safe, and he should have checked the gun, checked those projectiles. Well, interestingly enough, the prosecution's, well, one of the prosecution's best weapons witnesses said that if the actor did check the weapon, that the armorer would need to recheck the weapon. So that is not quite an accurate statement. Later the same day, the elected DA and the special prosecutor appeared on Janine Pirro's program on Fox News, stating that it was not a safe set. I mean, I don't think that's a reach. I think that's probably a very, very mild statement. But remember, I think this was before the OSHA report. And asserting that it was Baldwin's responsibility to ensure the set's safety. Footnote 2. Alec Baldwin prosecutors reveal evidence that led to charges. Elected DA also disparaged Baldwin and his counsel, falsely accusing Baldwin of deleting information from his phone, a claim she knew was false because Baldwin's counsel had previously guided the prosecution team to the messages they originally had been unable to locate and falsely claimed were deleted. Ooh, this is going to get spicy. This is already spicy. This trial is going to be spicy. In the same interview, special prosecutor stated that a lab report confirmed that, quote, definitely the trigger was pulled, footnote 3. Special prosecutor admitted that that same lab report referred to testing in which the FBI intentionally broke the firearm at issue by hitting it repeatedly with a rawhide mallet without first inspecting or documenting the condition of the firearm. The trial testimony conflicts with that, thereby preventing the defense from inspecting the condition of the firearm when it was discharged or conducting any of its own testing. She also failed to mention, quote, informal testing that the district attorney conducted on February 2022, which demonstrated that Baldwin's claim not to have pulled the trigger was plausible. I have questions, but the FBI did beat the gun with a mallet while it was in the full cock position, the half cock position, and the quarter cock position. And we did have testimony from this trial that wait a second, we need to embiggen. Hold on. That the FBI essentially beat off the cock notch with that mallet when they did the destructive testing. And then we saw different types of weapons with the different cock notches, and then the one that was rounded down versus the ones that were more angular. We're going to have to somehow do an informal cock counter when we get to this second trial, because we know how much they're going to say it. I was not prepared, and now we are well prepared. Now we're well prepared. We just need a giant like rooster emoji for the chat. There is one. We need a Lawnard one. So this is still about the original special prosecutor talking about the case after they said they weren't going to. In the same interview, special prosecutor stated the lab report confirmed definitely the trigger was pulled. I think we saw that in the testimony too, and made false assertions about Baldwin's mental state, including that Baldwin knows everything that goes on the set. I don't know. We've seen some evidence of that, but I think it's a very broad statement. In an interview with NBC News, special prosecutor commented on Baldwin's ultimate guilt, saying that he is someone who committed a crime. Footnote 4. We don't love that in a pretrial interview. Prosecutors say they knew early in the probe that the fatal Rush shooting would lead to charges, NBC News. Maybe this is why Baldwin chose to sit down with ABC. Let's see. On January 21st, special attorney appeared on another television program, this time with Sean Hannity. This is a lot of pretrial publicity for this case. Like a lot of pretrial publicity. Normally in prosecutions, you will see the prosecution say, we have charged this person based on the evidence. Here is the charging document. Sometimes you'll get the probable cause affidavits if needed, and that's it. This is a lot. This is a lot. On January 21st, 2023, but again, the special prosecutor and the elected DA are both elected positions, and the special prosecutor is an elected member of local government. I don't remember if they are a member of their state senate or state congress, but they are a politician. And I will say that the lawyers who are also politicians seem more camera friendly than the prosecutors who are just prosecutors, who are like, even if I'm running to be elected DA, I don't want you to, I don't want to be on TV. So we are dealing with two elected officials, which might explain some of the differences here. On January 21st, 2023, special prosecutor appeared on Sean Hannity's show, where she commented on both the FBI reports and Baldwin's prior statements, noting that all those statements would be admissible and would be used against Baldwin. I mean, it's kind of a broader and general statement, but like the things Baldwin said will be used against him is, it's too early at this point to determine whether they're going to come in. I mean, the defense is going to make challenges to them, of course, saying that it's likely that this just makes me nervous. It's likely that they will come in, and yes, we will seek to use Baldwin's statements against him. Footnote 5, quote, someone's political party has never been an issue on why we charge somebody, Rust case special prosecutor. Were they talking? Did they? Oh, of course they did. Because it's Baldwin. This case shouldn't be political, but Baldwin. Like, people are going to make it political on both sides. You're not going to get that here. We are going to talk about whether he's like screaming at people on set. We'll talk about that, but politics is not where we're going with this at all. On January 31st, 2023, the government filed an information charging Baldwin with 2 alternative felony counts of involuntary manslaughter. The last seconds of the second alternative count stated, this offense shall be enhanced pursuant to the firearm statute. From day one, the state's prosecution contained serious legal defects. That did. Yeah, because that gun enhancement couldn't be used. First, the inclusion of the enhancement violated the ex post facto clause of both the United States and New Mexico constitutions, because the statute under which it was brought did not take effect until after the incident occurred. Yep, and it was dismissed. So I'm not going to go into their argument about it. It was embarrassing. 2 days later, on Sunday, February 12th, special prosecutor sent an email to Baldwin's counsel in which she accused Baldwin's counsel of failing to follow proper procedure, demanded Baldwin withdraw the motion, and even threatened counsel with sanctions. Oh boy. Notice of withdrawal and notice of unlawful enhancement and motion to not bind over enhancement. Approximately 20 minutes later, before Baldwin's counsel had responded, the DA sent another email. Oh, rage emailing. Let's see. I have two comments I just saw that I want to grab, but I don't know where they went. Lori in CT said, wait, did they do all this promotion and then drop the charges? Yes. They could never charge the enhancement, and then they dropped this indictment entirely and then re-indicted him, or dropped this information and then indicted him. Nolan said, how is charging Baldwin political? It's not a party issue. It's not a party issue. However, we're at a place in time, my opinion, we're at a place in time in the US where a lot of media will make anything they can political. It drives outrage clicking. It drives conversation. A lot of the platforms if there is a fight like on X, on Facebook, whatever, in the comments, those posts where there's a ton of engagement, and there's generally a ton of engagement where people are fighting with each other, will rise to the top. So that kind of outrage baiting is A, exhausting, B, I think bad for all of us. And Baldwin has been outspoken about gun laws and about guns. And so for him to be involved in a shooting, people took it and ran with it. But no, I don't think it's political. No, we're not going to talk about it being political. I don't give a shit what political party Alec Baldwin is. Did he do this thing? Should he have not done this thing? And that's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at this charging. People should not be charged with crimes based on anything other than their actions. That's it. It shouldn't matter. None of the other stuff should matter. Criminal law really should be looking at, this thing is a crime. Did you do this thing? And then, can we prove that you did this thing with proper evidence? That should be it. 1, 2, 3. That should be all. And I'm going to keep talking about it that way because I think that's how it should be. So, people are going to make stuff political. Media is going to make it political. We're not going to make it political. Is there a crime? Do your actions fit that? And is there evidence that can be, legally brought into court to show you did the thing? Yes. Great. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. So let's evaluate whether the person did the thing. And the thing that's going to be hard in this case for me is that there are actions of Baldwin's, that screaming voicemail he left to his child, that are hard for me to forget. So my exposure to Baldwin's own rage is something that I will bring up, that is something that I am familiar with. I would not be a juror on this case because it's something that sticks out on my mind way more than political parties. His raging at people is what sticks out in my mind for Baldwin. That comes up in my brain. So, and that's going to come up in the trial because his actions on set are going to come up in the trial. And we saw a glimpse of that in the last trial. We saw the video of him continuing to fire blanks after cut had been called. And Joel Souza, who seems like the most delightful person to go have a coffee with and talk about the history of film, was, after calling cut, was like, motherfucker. And I was like, wow, what have you done to make Joel Souza call you a motherfucker? What did you do? Because he seems so lovely. But that has nothing to do with Baldwin's political party. That has everything to do with Baldwin's behavior. And past behavior that we're aware of because he's a celebrity. All right, let's keep going. So it looks like the special prosecutor is rage. Don't you hate that when you get an email and then you get another one and then you get another one and it's like, and this and this and this and this. And by the time you go to respond, there's 5 emails or whatever. And you're like, gee, could you wait till I respond to the first one? All right. Approximately 20 minutes later, before Baldwin's counsel had responded, special prosecutor sent another email noting that she would, quote, look at the specific numbers and sections to make sure they had it correct. They didn't. So that was an apology, apparently indicating that up to that point, the government had not even examined the statutes charged. Concerning. Oh, the emails are exhibitties. One of my favorite things in legal is when they attach the emails. Less than 2 hours later, special prosecutor emailed Baldwin's counsel a third time, noting that she had been busy in session all week due to her simultaneous service as in the New Mexico legislator, but that she had finally reviewed the enhancement statute and now 100% agree with Baldwin's assessment of the issue. Exhibit C, she promised that the state would amend the criminal information and take off the firearm enhancement. And she requested that Baldwin withdraw the motion in light of the state's changed position. Well, that motion, as I recall, was two motions. It was also a motion to remove her as special prosecutor because she was part of the legislature, and the legislature is the one that approved more money for the special prosecutor. Like, you can't be in the legislature signing the check that you're then handing to yourself to spend. Oh, we're definitely going to look at the emails today. Nolan, yes, we'll look at the emails today. But the defense made a motion that there was a constitutional conflict here. And I think if it had gone forward, they might have found a constitutional conflict, because you can't be the legislative branch and the executive branch at the same time. And the special prosecutor was doing that, which is why this special prosecutor stepped to the side. And when they stepped to the side, part of what they said was, we don't want these New York lawyers out here filing all these motions and distracting from the issue. No, I think the court would have had to yeet you, and you wanted to avoid it. On February 17th, the state filed a First Amendment criminal information, which omitted the unconstitutional enhancement, footnote 6. Hold on, my coffee is almost done. And now it's back to water. All right. Even after downgrading the charges, the state continued to issue prejudicial statements to the media criticizing Baldwin and his counsel for filing a meritorious motion stating falsely that the government's withdrawal of the enhancement was intended to, quote, avoid further litigation distractions by Mr. Baldwin and his attorney, and the prosecution's priority is, quote, securing justice, not securing billable hours for big city attorneys. I remember that distinctly, because I think I made a bunch of jokes about the Pace commercials where they were talking about salsa being made in New York City, but it's just so funny to hear someone actually say with a straight face, we're not out here securing billable hours for them big city attorneys. I'm like, what? That was said. I totally remember that being said. I remember covering it, and I was like, oh my God, you can't. You can't. Second, the appointment of special prosecutor was unconstitutional, given that the special prosecutor was simultaneously serving in the legislature. Why are we doing a history lesson? What does this have to... We're like 5 pages into history on this case in the factual background. Okay. Somebody's securing billable hours. And then the special prosecutor was removed. Around that time, the state produced private messages between the elected district attorney and the special attorney, revealing that the special prosecutor was eager to be involved in a public press strategy against Baldwin to promote herself and her political campaign. Are those attached? I'm going to go find those. I don't think I've gone over them. Oh no, we did go over them when this motion came up. This was like 2 years ago. No, March 20th, 2023, a year ago. This was in the middle of Murdaugh. Rebecca in the chat said this is a short motion. We were lied to. They didn't say short. They said simple. They did say simple. A stunning exchange in which the special prosecutor laughed about prosecuting Baldwin in service of her own political agenda. So that's more than an appearance of impropriety. I do not like it when prosecutors prosecute people for their own agenda. I don't care who you're prosecuting. You are not in the interest of justice. It is a public service job. And this is probably naive and altruistic of me, but I think if we have people who are altruistic in any job, it needs to be when you are putting people in prison that you don't do it for anything other than the fact that justice demands it. Sometimes justice demands a prosecution. Sometimes justice demands not a prosecution. But what justice never demands is your profile being raised. The job of a public service isn't to make it about you. And you shouldn't take that job if you want to make it about you. Look, go start a podcast like everybody else. Do this. If you want it to be about you, Be a content creator. Make it all about you. But don't be a prosecutor. Because when you're a prosecutor, it's not about you. It's about the cases. Or if you really want to be a high-profile attorney, become a high-profile defense attorney. They often make it about them because that's what's better for their clients. Being able to swing a high-profile name into court will sometimes help their clients. Go be a defense attorney. There's a bunch of defense attorneys with podcasts. Mark Garagos comes to mind first. But it's distasteful to me when it is prosecutors. You are a government agent. It's not about you. Go into civil litigation, make it about you. There's lots of areas of law that are high profile. The prosecutor's office is not it, and you're not getting paid that much. Let's be honest. You're not doing it for being high profile or for the money. Oh. I will continue. I mean, if you want to make it about you, there's plenty of ways to do it, just not this. All right. Let's continue. Message from special prosecutor to elected DA. I won't talk to the press and we'll leave that all to you, Mary. At some point, though, I'd at least like to get out there that I'm assisting you as it might help in my campaign. Lol. Ew. Those same messages revealed that the DA was willing to assist the special prosecutor with her mission. Message from elected DA to special prosecutor. I am intending, excuse me, even my voice hates it. Message from elected DA to special prosecutor, quote, I am intending to either introduce you or send it in a press release when we get the investigation. In March 2023, Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis were appointed as special prosecutors. I mean, they're the special prosecutors of snark, for sure. In April 2023, they dismissed all the charges against Baldwin. On October 5th, 2023, Morrissey informed Baldwin's counsel in writing that the state intended to seek an indictment against him. Because that came down in like January. But that before doing so, it was offering Baldwin a plea deal identical to the petty misdemeanor deal accepted by Dave Halls? Has this been in the news? Did I miss it while I was at Disney? You did what? On October 5th, the prosecutor... What? On October 5th, 2023, instead of indicting Baldwin, the prosecution told Baldwin's attorneys that he could plea to the petty misdemeanor for 6 months of unsupervised probation. What? What? I am very surprised because for those, hold on, we're putting up a poll in the chat before we read on. For those of you that that haven't read this, like I didn't read any spoilers. I saw that the motion was filed and I was like, oh, we're going to cover that live together because first reactions are bae. Runkle said that was known, wasn't it? I didn't know that. But it could have happened over the last week. I re-engaged with life as a normal non-spring breaking human like last night and pulled these documents and didn't read them. We're putting up a poll real quick. We're spell checking the word surprised because I can't ever spell it correctly. And now the poll is up. I wonder if Baldwin's regretting not taking that plea deal based on how swiftly Hannah Gutierrez was found guilty. I wonder if his attorneys are going into overdrive about it. Here's why I'm so surprised. Half of Hannah Gutierrez's trial was all about Baldwin. SCR said, this isn't the motion to dismiss. It is the motion to dismiss. This is his motion to dismiss the indictment from, let's see. Oh, this is the motion for sanctions before the motion to dismiss. That's fair. There's two of them. We haven't gotten to the motion to set aside. This is the motion for sanctions filed the same day. So yes, we are getting through the motion for sanctions. That explains all the history. I should have read more closely, but I'm loving the tea. So we're going through all of it anyway. But that is fair. Half of Hannah Gutierrez's trial, which is, why I'm doing this in a deep dive next week when it's like TLDR'd. I'm so surprised with how much they talked about Baldwin in Hannah's trial that they offered him a plea deal. I'm very surprised. This was October 5th. Morrissey informed Baldwin's counsel he could take a plea deal identical to Dave Hall's. 6-month unsupervised probation and a negligent use of a firearm misdemeanor. She said that Baldwin had until October 27th to accept the offer. 10 days before the offer expired, the special prosecutors retracted their plea offer abruptly and informed Baldwin's counsel that they would be presenting the case to a grand jury, which is news to me. So 10 days before it expired, they yeeted the plea deal. I don't love that either. On the same day, Special Prosecutor Morrissey informed Baldwin's counsel that she was retracting the plea offer and would present the case to the grand jury. The New York Times published an article revealing that Morrissey had conducted an interview with the Times about the case and improperly disclosed details about her intention to present the case to a grand jury. What? Grand jury will consider a new manslaughter case against Alec Baldwin from October 17th. I'm going to need to go back and pull all of this before the podcast. The article states prosecutors said and will convene a grand jury to consider whether to refile the involuntary manslaughter charges against Baldwin in the fatal shooting. The article quotes Morrissey as stating, based on our lengthy and detailed investigation, I remember this. We believe it is appropriate for a grand jury in New Mexico to make a decision on whether the case should proceed. Runkle said this motion was from November 2023. They included it. Let's see. They included it as an exhibit here, as exhibit 1. Am I missing? I wonder if I put the motions out of order because they included this as exhibit 1 to their motion to dismiss, but I might have pulled I probably did pull the documents out of order. I never went over this motion. So there we go. It is an exhibit, which means my motion is probably after this one. But I never covered this when it came down. We were busy in November. Let's see. So this is why we're getting now to the motion for sanctions. I don't even think they've heard this yet in court. Let's see. Now that we're getting into the stuff about the grand jury, hold on. Let me get back to the stuff about the grand jury, and then we will get to their motion about the grand jury, because this is information that is new to me because I had not tuned back into Baldwin's part of the case. In a moment. The article says the prosecutors will convene a grand jury. The article further states prosecutors decided to reopen the case after submitting the gun for further analysis. We knew that, which they said contradicted Baldwin's assertion that he had not pulled the trigger, but that testing was done right after Baldwin's interview. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the testimony. Right after Baldwin's interview with Stephanopoulos on ABC, which was ages ago. So this wouldn't have been new information in October as they were getting ready for Hannah to go to trial. The article further reports that the special prosecutor said prosecutors intend to begin presenting the case to a grand jury on November 16th. As the court knows, the parties engage in motion practice following the special prosecutor's interview with the New York Times. The state sought to shorten Baldwin's time to submit exculpatory evidence for the grand jury's consideration. Interesting. Not all states do that way, where the defense gets to submit evidence for the grand jury. Oftentimes, a grand jury is convened. They indict their target, and then the target learns that they've been indicted, and then the defense learns. But the prosecution is obligated to present exculpatory evidence that they are aware of to the grand jury at that time. The state claimed it intended to treat Mr. Baldwin no differently than similarly situated defendants in New Mexico, even as Morrissey simultaneously acknowledged never having seen a target notice that shortened the window for a target to submit a letter. Every target notice I have ever seen in New Mexico has a sentence that indicates that the target must notify the prosecution of potential witnesses, questions, or exhibits 48 hours prior to the grand jury date. I wonder how many other jurisdictions do that, but that is uniquely different from where I practiced. Yet on the same day the state served a target notice on Baldwin, it also served a target notice on Gutierrez Reed that included a 48-hour deadline. In another unprecedented step, the special prosecutor sought to voir dire the grand jury without the involvement of Baldwin's counsel or the court, which is how most grand juries are convened, but it sounds from the way they're presenting it like that might not be the normal procedure in New Mexico. The court denied the state's motions and set the schedule for Baldwin's alert letter and the state's objections. Baldwin submitted his alert letter November 14th. The state filed its objections the 15th. The court held a hearing the afternoon of the 15th. At the hearing, the court expressed its deep concern about disclosures that had been made about the grand jury process, noting the members of the grand jury veneer had requested to sit on the Baldwin grand jury. Oh, that's deeply concerning. Ew. Noting that members of the grand jury veneer, which means the pool of which they are chosen from, requested to sit on the Baldwin grand jury. Yikes. Oh, that's bad. I really hate that. I'm glad we went over this motion. By the time we get to the podcast next week, it's all going to be more succinct and TLDR and clean. Today you're getting the whole like crazy part. That's crazy. Like, I don't love Alec Baldwin, but I fucking hate this. The fact that the prosecutor was talking about the grand jury publicly and the grand jury knew that this was coming, and then they were like, I volunteer as tribute. Like, that's not what they're supposed to do. That's why it's fucking secret. Ooh, this fuckery. Ooh. Ugh. I don't like that at all. That's why you don't talk. We don't talk about Bruno. No. Stop talking to the media. Emily, is it hypocritical that you get frustrated that everything's sealed in like Iowa and Corey Richins, and then you're equally frustrated that there's too much information about this case? No, it's nuance. We're Goldilocks. There's a just right amount of information. This is too much. The court therefore unequivocally and repeatedly ordered the parties not to disclose information about the grand jury process or what happened during the November 15th hearing. That seems appropriate. In response to the court's order, Morrissey asked the court to clarify its order if its order applied to Baldwin's counsel as well, notwithstanding the fact that the principles of grand jury secrecy are intended to benefit the target, not the state. The court stated in its order that its order applied to both sides. Within an hour of the hearing at 7:11 and 7:20 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain, I think, counsel for Baldwin, Luke Nicodemus, received a phone call from NBC News. When Luke returned the calls at 8:51 p.m. Eastern, NBC informed him that it was seeking confirmation of Morrissey's statement that Your Honor had vacated the grand jury date and moved the date to a later time because the court did not have an opportunity to review Baldwin's grand jury submission and the prosecutor's objections. No! Consistent with the court's order, Baldwin's counsel declined to comment. When is this coming for hearing? Was this already heard? I need to know the result of this. By that time, however, NBC had already reported Morrissey's disclosure of what happened during the court hearing, which seems to be in direct contradiction to the court's order. Hopefully the court's order is attached somewhere. Previously unreleased video shows Alec Baldwin firing prop gun with blanks and directing rust crew on safety. We saw those during trial. In violating the court's order, the special prosecutors also disclosed that evidence they requested from Rust Movie Productions in the spring was not received until October in an apparent attempt to further prejudice Baldwin. Quote, previously unreleased videos, NBC News. The article also reported special prosecutors' troubling motivations behind the prosecution, as stated in the article, quote, prosecutors haven't said publicly what new evidence they have obtained during their months of investigation, but a source familiar with the case said that special prosecutors have had discussions in which they said they hope the trial will, quote, humble Baldwin, specifically citing his run-ins with paparazzi and public comments that weren't about the case. The source added that the intention is for it to be, quote, a teachable moment for Baldwin. In the realm of ethics as a prosecutor, I don't remember where a teachable moment is outside of like juvenile court. Because there were times in juvenile court where kids would get in trouble and you would do things to keep cases off their records and for a teachable moment. Community service, requiring that they do an amount of probation so somebody is checking in with them. But this is adult court. Baldwin's an adult, and you either prosecute him because he committed a crime or you don't. The following morning, the Today Show, it's all NBC. Who's talking to NBC so much? These prosecutors or someone in their office has a good relationship with NBC. These are all NBC communications. The following morning on the Today Show, NBC added that the special prosecutors not only intended to humble Baldwin through this prosecution, but they also thought he was arrogant. They might think that, but you don't say it. I think a lot of people think Alec Baldwin's arrogant. I don't think that's like a fucking stretch. But good God, that's not a reason to prosecute someone. And if you have such strong feelings about Baldwin, maybe you shouldn't be the prosecutor on the case. Also, have we seen any evidence that Baldwin will be humbled by anything? No, he's going to think it's a witch hunt and use these kinds of statements to prove him right. I hate all of this. And I worked in white collar crime quite a lot, where all of the defendants are arrogant. It's just part of it. He's an actor. Are we shocked? Following the state's violation of the court's order, Baldwin filed a motion to obtain an audio transcript of the hearing, review, and then provide this court. God, I'm going to have to do a whole deep dive back into all the shit going on with Baldwin's case that didn't get done in November, December. Because I wasn't really looking at the case at all for Baldwin until he got reindicted. Ugh, there's so much. I'm not going through the arguments. What I'm going to do is try to find the actual motion to dismiss and see if I put it out of order. That's the motion for sanctions. This is the emails. We'll do those. And then I need to go find, these are the exhibits. I bet I didn't include the motion in here when I judged all of the PDFs together. My brain stopped. Let's go through the emails real quick, and then we'll go from there. Let's see. This is October 27th, 23 at 5:50 p.m. to Luke regarding Baldwin target notice. Luke, I think you're referring to 5-302.2, and we disagree with your interpretation of it. Mr. Baldwin is in a unique position. His attorneys are currently in the process of in possession of 95% of the discovery in the case. The vast majority of defendants and defense attorneys have no discovery prior to the grand jury. As such, we disagree that Mr. Baldwin and his counsel are entitled to additional time to submit requests that certain evidence witnesses be presented to the grand jury. We intend to treat Mr. Baldwin fairly, but not differently than similarly situated defendants in New Mexico. We'll file our motion and note your opposition. Thank you. All right, those we are going to go through later. All right. We need the motion to dismiss, as I'm going through the wrong motion for all of time. That's the way we do things on live. Live streaming is fun and dynamic. So to everybody who said, Emily, are you ready to be back from spring break yet? Yes and no. Now that we've done the motion for sanctions that we're going to have to deep dive back into, let's actually do the motion to dismiss. Also explains why there's different lawyers in different parts of it. Fantastic. This is filed March 14th because everything happened while I was on spring break. Can I share the motions? Yeah, I'll share them in the member spaces. Once I rebuild the PDF so it has the proper things. These are also on New Mexico's website. I'm confused. You can be sanctioned for doing unsanctioned things before the court. Yes. If there's a court order saying you can't do the things. Carrie or whoever types her emails is surprisingly polite in text. Shocking, right, Lyndon? Because Carrie's real snarky when she talks. Like, even in the basic motion hearing Zoom calls, there's like a level of snark that is high snark. All right, motion to dismiss. We've gotten back around to the point, but the tea was scalding and I couldn't step away. Thank you for everyone who pointed out that was not, in fact, the motion to dismiss, and I'm just very tired. We're not going to go through all of the background here because we don't need to, but we will go through some of the motions. Again, we're going to do a full deep dive into this next week. Other authorities, Alan Dershowitz, why charging Alec Baldwin with manslaughter is wrong in Newsweek. Alec Baldwin fires prop gun in previously unreleased Rust video. Albuquerque ex-officer acquitted in beating case. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Previously unreleased videos show Alec Baldwin firing prop gun. Eugene Vukic, I think I pronounced that right, from the Vukic conspiracy, right? What exactly is manslaughter in the Alec Baldwin case? Baldwin's lawyers say manslaughter charge was based on wrong law. Grand jury will consider New Mexico case against Alec Baldwin. Rust armorer convicted of manslaughter in Alec Baldwin shooting. Rust prosecutors downgrade Baldwin's manslaughter charges. Let's see. Guest column, Alec Baldwin's Rust prosecutors should do their talking in court. I mean, I don't disagree. DA drops gun enhancement charge against Alec Baldwin in Rust shooting. Yeah, because it was illegal. Did Alec Baldwin pull the trigger? Rust camera assistant says guns don't just go off. I mean, they're not the only one that says that. Prosecutors in Alec Baldwin Rust shooting case are getting heated over apparent missteps. Oh, and there's YouTube videos. Do we click the link? Yep, we do. Oh, they're not clickable. Do we look? Do we save it for the podcast? Do we look now? Do we save it? Emily, keep reading. No. Let's look. I just want to see what ones they are so we can complete what they have shared. We're going to look now. This is Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez read trial day 6 from News Nation. So that's trial day 6. Let's see. What else? YouTube video. It's so crazy that they can just connect the videos of the trial. This is Hannah Gutierrez read trial day 10. What's the other one? So these are all videos from Hannah's trial. Let's see. Ian said it's just days of court. It is, which is crazy. Like no, it's the third one's private. Let me see if I clicked something wrong because the third video is now private. Hope they downloaded it. So whatever the third video is, this is why I normally do these things when the motion comes out, but spring break things. Yeah, that third video is private. So whatever that third video was is no longer available. Interesting. I guess maybe we'll find out later. Let's get back to this motion. Defendant Baldwin, by and through counsel, moves to dismiss the indictment. There we go. Preliminary statement. Nothing is more central to our system of justice than a fair and impartial jury. As Thomas Jefferson put it, trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which government can be held to the principles of its constitution. So too for the grand jury. Quote, the grand jury is our system's foundation for the protection of individual rights and a recognized method by which the public can be certain of protection against abuse of public responsibilities. Do they quote the Magna Carta at all? Do they quote the Magna Carta at all? The prosecutors obtained an indictment against Alec Baldwin by circumventing this fundamental protection over and over and over again. Name them. Name them. Name them. The criminal case against Baldwin started in January 2023 when the Wall Street Journal called Baldwin's attorneys to inform them for the first time that Baldwin was being prosecuted for involuntary manslaughter. Immediately after, the state announced its decision publicly and went on a viral, I don't know about that. They went on a press tour to tell the world. Why are we using tell the world in every legal case that I cover? To tell the world that Baldwin was guilty and faced a mandatory minimum 5-year prison sentence. The state's approach came by surprise. The state had promised to inform Baldwin well in advance of making such a decision. It also posted on Facebook the day before that it would be making a somber and respectful announcement of its charging decision without making any public appearances. It broke those promises, which is so crazy because they could have just not made that statement. They could have just not said, right? They could have not said they weren't. When did they change their mind? The state's unethical disparagement of Alec Baldwin was a sign of things to come. The state violated the ex post facto clauses of the U.S. and New Mexico Constitution by charging Baldwin with a firearm enhancement. We know that the special prosecutor was running for a seat in the legislature. We know that they had the email exchange, that it would help her election campaign. Lol. When Baldwin filed motions challenging the state's unconstitutional conduct, the state withered. The elected DA dismissed the firearm enhancement and the special prosecutor resigned. Publicly, however, the state disparaged Baldwin and his counsel to divert attention from their misconduct and elementary legal mistakes. Ouch. 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 Simple words that can be so painful. That is a very, very cutting diss from the defense. You know why it's so cutting? Because they're not fucking wrong. They're not. You're not wrong. Like, they're not wrong. Elementary legal mistakes. Not wrong. Not wrong. Calling Baldwin's counsel fancy big city lawyers who cared about nothing more than billable hours. Yeah, it was gross, wasn't it? Footnote cites to that article. The world was appalled. Commentators noted that the prosecutor's unethical behavior and constitutional violations. Footnote 2. And prominent judges, attorneys, and scholars uniformly criticized the merits of the state's case against Baldwin. I don't think that's necessarily true. There was a lot of conversation about it. Runkle said, except they're targeting the wrong prosecutor. Yeah, all this was done by the previous special prosecutor. The elected DA resigned shortly after the special prosecutor and appointed special prosecutor Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis. I don't think you can resign and then appoint somebody, but I'm sure the timing worked out. For a moment, things were different. Morrissey and Lewis dismissed the case against Baldwin in April 2023 after Baldwin's counsel proved to them accurately, hopefully with facts, that the gun was modified and that the state had overlooked dozens of legal issues and facts. The summer passed without event. In the Gutierrez case, one of the things that was proven was that the gun was not modified. The FBI said very clearly in their testimony that the gun was not modified. The summer passed without event. Then in October 2023, more than 2 years after the accident and 6 months after Baldwin thought his wrongful prosecution was behind him, this is, whether you like Baldwin or not, this, I think, is the type of legal advocacy that this client wants from their lawyers, because you want your lawyers to make you feel vindicated. You want to read what your lawyers are doing and going, get them. Yes. And I think this kind of shady, which fair, legal advocacy here is very pointed. But also they're going to just air it all out again. Like, they're going to air it the fuck out, which is kind of hilarious. And for all of us, we know how they're feeling, right? There's no question how they feel about this, which is why this trial is going to be bananas. In October 2023, more than 2 years after the accident, we did that. Morrissey announced her intention to present the case against Baldwin to the grand jury, as well as the November 16th date of the presentation. Bananas that was made public. In an interview with the New York Times, she made false statements about the evidence and Baldwin's guilt in that article as well. A few weeks later, Morrissey served a target notice on Baldwin, from which she removed the 48-hour deadline for the submission of Baldwin's grand jury alert letter to shorten Baldwin's time to prepare for the letter. So did she give him 24 hours instead of 48? Morrissey admitted to Baldwin's counsel that she had never seen this deadline removed, but then stated illogically that she just wanted to ensure that Baldwin was being treated like everyone else. In fact, Morrissey served a target notice on Hannah Gutierrez Reed the same day that included the 48-hour deadline that Morrissey removed from Baldwin's notice. But Gutierrez was already charged. The charges against Gutierrez were never dismissed. There's no need to take Gutierrez to a grand jury unless there's other charges. At the same time Morrissey was attempting to tilt the playing field, she also made the unprecedented request to unilaterally voir dire the grand jury, which is odd to me. Normally, the defense isn't involved in this at all. Unilateral voir dire of the grand jury is what happens in most jurisdictions. The court denied the state's frivolous request, everything has an adjective, and moved the grand jury date from November 2023 to January 2024. It also expressed concern that the grand jury date and facts about the grand jury process had been disclosed to the New York Times. Yeah, that shouldn't fucking happen. I really wish that hearing wasn't sealed, because I would have appreciated seeing that. The court noted the prejudicial nature of these disclosures. In this very case, the court explained a member of the sitting grand jury asked the court if he could sit on the grand jury that would hear Baldwin's case. That is a huge fucking problem. The court therefore ordered the parties to refrain from disclosing anything about the grand jury process to the press. While the process was ongoing, within 1 hour, Morrissey violated the court's order by disclosing the content of the hearing to the press, including the new grand jury date, even after the court admonished her about the serious prejudice that could arise out of precisely that disclosure. I am ready for the hearing on the motion for sanctions about this. Like, motion to dismiss the grand jury aside, which is very difficult and rarely done. And if it is done, it's normally done once it gets to appeal way down the road. Very unusual. I want to hear the motion for sanctions about all of this. Like, I want to hear this hearing. How do you get around the court saying, don't disclose anything? And then the New York Times is like, hey, how do you get around that? Baldwin therefore filed a sanctions and contempt motion, which prompted Morrissey to violate the court's order for a second time because she also disclosed the contents of that motion to the press. Baldwin submitted an alert letter identifying significant exculpatory and favorable witnesses, as well as jury instructions on the relevant offense and defenses, but the state refused to present nearly any of that evidence to the grand jury. The state is obligated to present any exculpatory evidence that they have in their possession to the grand jury. The state can't just present, grand juries are somewhat one-sided because only the state presents evidence, but the state is obligated to present both things. The The state refused to present nearly any evidence to the grand jury supporting its position with old case law that had been overruled by the Supreme Court and statute. The state also refused to read Baldwin's proposed charging instruction to the grand jury, noting that it would read a different instruction about intervening cause. If you watched, and just pop a one in the chat if you watched the Gutierrez trial here with me, I think one of the best places on the internet to watch live trial coverage, but we saw this come up a lot during the closing arguments. And I believe the jury question was about intervening cause. We saw the defense bring it up with the EMT, and we saw the state bring it up about whether the medical intervention was an intervening cause, whether Baldwin was an intervening cause. Like between Hannah loading the gun and Helena getting shot and then Helena dying, was there an intervening cause that essentially mitigated what Hannah Gutierrez had done? And that isn't the case here. When there are cases where there's another intervening cause, like, I don't know, someone gets in a mild fight at a bar. This is a hypothetical that has nothing to do with this. Someone gets in a mild fight at a bar, and then they stumble out into the street and get hit by a car. The hit by a car would be the intervening cause there that would kind of derail the causation of fight to a person being hospitalized or killed, if that makes sense. It's kind of a rough analogy, but this case, the intervening cause is much more nuanced on medical intervention and Baldwin's action. So even though the state's preferred instruction stated that it did not apply in homicide cases, well, it's an involuntary man. And would not read an instruction about involuntary manslaughter that deviated from the uniform jury instructions. The state, therefore, filed a motion seeking permission to disregard Baldwin's alert letter. This is a different grand jury process than in jurisdictions I've practiced in. So when I do the deep dive, I will pull up their statute on grand jury to kind of break that down as well, because it seems that the defense does have some right to put in an alert letter to the grand jury, to have some voice at the at the grand jury, which is not normal. The court denied the state's motion with respect to the evidence. The court ordered the state to make nearly all of the favorable evidence and witnesses available to grand jury. That's not unusual. As for the jury instructions, the court ordered the state to provide Baldwin's requested instruction on the issue of intervening cause if the evidence supported it. You can't leave an if in there, because then you're going to get the prosecution saying, well, it doesn't support it. And the court ruled that the state's instruction about involuntary manslaughter must precisely track the uniform jury instructions. The court's ruling came, normally courts aren't involved in any of this. The court's ruling came just days before the grand jury presentation was set to start, which, given the grand jury schedule, left only 2 days for the state to present the entire case before the grand jury's term expired. I'm thinking about whether 2 days seems about right, given what we've seen. 2 days seems about right. For a grand jury, like, did Baldwin hold the gun? Was Baldwin a producer? Was Baldwin negligently using a firearm? I don't know. I think without cross-examination and what have you, 2 days isn't crazy, but they're saying it's not enough time to present Baldwin's evidence before the term ended. He asked the state to adjourn the grand jury to a date to ensure all evidence was presented, meaning hold it over. But the state ignored Baldwin's letter and jammed through its presentation in barely more than a day. I mean, it's their prerogative to do so. It might not be ideal. We'll see what the appellate court thinks after this likely gets denied. The state did so by violating nearly every rule in the book. It did not explain the meaning or purpose of Baldwin's alert letter to the grand jury. Are they obligated to, or do they just have to read it? It did not tell the grand jurors they had the right and, in fact, the obligation to request to hear all exculpatory evidence. That's odd to me that they have to request it, because in a lot of jurisdictions, the state's obligated to present it. It's not like, and if you want to hear more, press 1. That's so strange. It's like, and ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to hear more evidence, you can ask. That's odd that they put the obligation on the grand jury to ask for more evidence. because this isn't an investigative grand jury. This is a grand jury to indict. Odd. The state did not make Baldwin's witnesses available to testify, nor did it present the exculpatory and favorable evidence to the grand jury. I need to look at the grand jury procedure for New Mexico, because their rules may be different, which we'll see. When grand jurors ask questions about the exculpatory witnesses or facts, the state instead forced them to hear answers from the state's chosen, usually paid witnesses. Well, if they did ask for those things and they weren't presented to them, that could be a very real problem, even when those witnesses had no personal knowledge or foundation for giving testimony about the subject. Well, that's going to all be very clear from the transcript. And to top it off, the state read the grand jury an involuntary manslaughter instruction that violated the court's order, unfairly stacked the deck against Baldwin. I mean, grand juries are kind of unfairly stacked. It's a very low standard to come back on a grand jury indictment, and contained language that was inconsistent with both the uniform jury instructions and the state's own opposition to Baldwin's request for a different instruction. That's odd. The state prosecutors engaged in this misconduct and publicly dragged Baldwin through the cesspool created by their improprieties. That is a sentence. We have gone from free-range jurors to a cesspool of impropriety. Wow. The state prosecutors have engaged in this misconduct and publicly dragged Baldwin through the cesspool created by their own improprieties, without any regard for the fact that serious criminal charges have been hanging over his head for 2.5 years. Enough is enough. Enough is enough, they say. This is an abuse of the system, an abuse of an innocent person whose rights have been trampled to the extreme. To the extreme. He rocks the mic like a vandal. Maybe. No. The court should dismiss the indictment. Okay, well, what's the standard to dismiss the indictment? Factual background, we know. We know. The state pursues an indictment October 5th. Morrissey informed Baldwin she was presenting the case to the grand jury. The New York Times article happened. The state attempts to rig the process ahead of the grand jury. Special prosecutors filed 2 unprecedented motions, one to limit Baldwin's time to submit an alert letter and the other to seek permission to voir dire the grand jury. On October 25th, 2023, a week after improperly announcing the grand jury date to the public, Morrissey and Lewis served a target notice on Baldwin that omitted the standard 48-hour deadline for the target to provide a grand jury alert letter, even though they simultaneously acknowledged never having seen that omitted before. Sometimes you just need to not be weird. Like, if it's never been done before, don't. Just give the 48-hour notice. Like, when you start doing weird shit that's never been done before, the appellate court has more reason to be salty. October 25th email from Morrissey. Every target notice I've ever seen in New Mexico has a sentence that indicates that the target must notify the prosecution of potential witnesses, questions, or exhibits 48 hours prior to the grand jury date. After admitting that she had eliminated this standard provision from the target letter, she stated that she was nonetheless happy to work with Baldwin's counsel in this regard and willing to fully consider any requests made by Baldwin's counsel. Further, Morrissey said she, quote, intended to ask the grand jury judge to shorten the deadline for Baldwin to submit an alert letter from November 14th to November 10th, just a few weeks after Baldwin received the target notice. Morrissey asked whether that was agreeable and to, quote, let me know your thoughts. Baldwin responded that at a minimum, he should receive the full time to submit an alert letter that he was entitled to under New Mexico law. I mean, or more, especially given the volume of evidence and the number of witnesses involved. In addition, Baldwin stated that the grand jury date should be adjourned to allow the state sufficient time to review the voluminous alert letter we will be submitting to ensure this process is done properly the first time around. Here's the thing. The prosecutors have already dismissed and re-indicted. So if this does get dismissed, and that's on a way outside, I'll give you my thoughts on that more when we're not doing a first look and we're doing a deep dive. If it gets dismissed, the prosecution has no other option. They can't refile again. So The question I'm left asking myself as I'm reading through this is, why rush it? Like, they're not running up against statute of limitations. They're eh, why jam this in at the end of the grand jury term? It seems like an odd choice when you know that A, you don't have another bite at the apple, and B, his attorneys are going to pick apart everything that you do. Like, why do it this way? I don't understand. But we'll see what happens. Baldwin believed this to be a reasonable and fair approach because a prosecuting attorney is required to, quote, alert the grand jury to all lawful, competent, relevant evidence that disproves or reduces a charge or accusation, or that makes an indictment unjustified that is within the knowledge, possession, or control of the prosecuting attorney. There is a significant, quote, volume of evidence in this case, and that the consequences of failure to present exculpatory evidence are severe. And that comes from their rules, the criminal rules. Baldwin therefore asked Morrissey if she was willing to discuss a reasonable schedule for the process. Although Morrissey expressed willingness to, quote, work with Baldwin's counsel in this regard and discuss a schedule that was, quote, agreeable to Baldwin, Morrissey immediately rejected Baldwin's request and stated that Baldwin was not entitled to additional time to submit requests that certain evidence or witnesses be presented to the grand jury. Morrissey also claimed that the state intended to treat Mr. Baldwin no different than similarly situated defendants in New Mexico, even though she had just admitted she'd never seen a target treated that way. Well, she'd never seen a target letter done that way. In fact, the special prosecutor already had treated Baldwin different. On the same day they served a target notice to Baldwin, they served one to Hannah, which doesn't make any sense. But the target notice served on Hannah contained the 48-hour deadline that Morrissey intentionally deleted from Baldwin's letter, which therefore gave Gutierrez 4 more days than Baldwin to submit exculpatory material. So she didn't just delete the 48 hours. It sounds like she deleted it and pushed it forward so they had less time. Footnote 6 is citing to another motion. On October 30th, the state filed an expedited motion to shorten Baldwin's time to present exculpatory evidence by 4 days. Footnote 7. And that's the state's opposed expedited motion for scheduling order establishing deadline for the letter and for hearing on defense's requested grand jury evidence. In its motion, the state falsely represented that it had provided Baldwin continuous access to its investigative files since April 2023, when the previous prosecution was dismissed and argued, wait, that sentence just did not make sense in my brain. Let me read it again. In its motion, the state falsely represented that it had provided Baldwin continuous access to its investigative file since April 2023, when the previous prosecution was dismissed, and argued that in any event, Baldwin didn't need the full statutory period to provide exculpatory evidence because he was already, quote, well aware of all possible direct exculpatory evidence today. I mean, that's not like a reason, though. Beyond that, the state expressed concern that Baldwin would intentionally withhold the requested exculpatory evidence until exactly 48 hours prior to the grand jury to cause the postponement of the grand jury proceeding. Well, they have the right to do so. As Baldwin explained, the state's position was backwards. Baldwin was entitled to submit an alert letter up to 48 hours before the grand jury proceeding. If that's what the statute says, then yes. And all the state had to do to alleviate its self-imposed time crunch was to adjourn its unreasonably accelerated schedule for the grand jury process. Why are we just changing deadlines randomly and being like, oh. In my head, I just hear it as like, I mean, if you dump all of that on us 48 hours in advance, we can't like do anything. That's your job. Further, as Baldwin explained, the state's argument made no sense. The purported fact that Baldwin had access to a massive number of files would support giving him more time to review the documents and draft an alert letter, not less. The only plausible inference to be drawn from the state's approach, I mean, this is their legal advocacy, is the fact that Gutierrez Reed was being afforded the rights that Baldwin was being denied, is that the state wanted to make it harder for Baldwin to alert the grand jury to relevant and exculpatory evidence. Why are they going to a grand jury with Gutierrez at all? You guys give me 30 seconds because my kid is calling. Hold on. Hi, everybody. Hope you took a good stretch break. Sorry for the hold music. I realized I was muted. Kiddo just needed to touch base on something. We're back. And if I have to go pick up Kiddo because he's working on a group project, then I will let you know. I didn't realize I'd been streaming for 3.5 hours. Yikes. Okay, let's continue on with this motion. I know. Emily, your mic. Ugh, I know. Let's see. What the state's motion failed to acknowledge is that the media environment surrounding the indictment, particularly the coverage most prejudicial to Baldwin, was the result of the state's own unethical press campaign. I mean, they've already got that motion pending. I wonder when that's going to be heard. On November 9th, the court heard argument regarding the state's attempt to limit Baldwin's right to submit an alert letter up to 48 hours before the grand jury. The state's request to voir dire the grand jury, the court denied both motions. Seems appropriate, given everything. The special prosecutors contest their obligation to present exculpatory and favorable evidence. On November 14th, 2023, 48 hours before the grand jury was scheduled to begin, Baldwin submitted the alert letter to the state and identified several key witnesses and dozens of documents that would disprove the charges against Baldwin or make the indictment unjustified. Specifically, I am very interested for their statement of the case. So this I am very much looking forward to. Let's go through the evidence that Baldwin's team says makes his indictment unjustified or disproved the indictment. Specifically, the letter identified the following witnesses. Joel Souza. The film's director was primarily responsible for all creative aspects of the film and relied on the cast and crew to bring his creative vision to life. He was present in the church during rehearsal of the scene and was struck by the fatal bullet after it passed through Helena. The letter stated Souza's testimony would make clear the responsibility for firearm safety lies with the armorer and the first AD, not with actors, and that Baldwin did not act negligently on set. I think that's missing the issue. The letter included 40 non-leading questions that could have elicited exculpatory testimony from Souza. I think that misstates it. Because while Baldwin, I think, is not responsible for checking the gun, and I think we saw that in the testimony of the state's gun expert and the state's armor expert, who I quite liked, he is responsible to not point a weapon at someone and pull the trigger, whether he believes it's a cold gun or not. And we also saw that in witnesses that testified in Hannah's trial. Dave Halls. Halls was the first AD, was in charge of managing and supervising all departments on set, and was responsible for safety conditions. Halls is aware of the conditions on set on the day of the incident and was present in the church when the shot was discharged. The letter stated Hall's testimony would establish that responsibility for firearm safety lays with the armorer. But this all belies the fact that Baldwin is responsible to not point a weapon at someone. And that Baldwin did not act negligently on set, that Halls admitted that he was the last line of defense to protect against this accident, which is going to come up again. Also, why that Halls plea deal is so ick to me. Legal term, ick. It gives me the ick. Legal terms. The alert letter included 53 non-leading questions that would have elicited exculpatory testimony from Halls. Sarah Zachary, prop master, got called to see you next Tuesday by Hannah, which we learned during the trial, which I didn't know before that. Who was responsible, who talked about Hannah being responsible for storage and handling of the firearms. She was the only other person responsible, and for procuring firearms and ammo from the third-party supplier. The only person who witnessed Gutierrez load the gun that killed Hutchins told investigators the day of the accident, based on what she observed, she believes Gutierrez might have messed up when she was checking the rounds she loaded. 76 questions for Zachary. Ryan Smith, producer of the film, testified at the trial. First-hand knowledge of the various roles and responsibilities of production. Baldwin did not have responsibility for selecting and hiring the crew. They included 17 questions for him. Lead Detective Hancock stated, affidavits describe dozens of exculpatory statements from numerous witnesses, as well as major gaps in the investigation as how evidence was gathered. And we saw that come up in the trial. 105 questions for Detective Hancock. Detective Cano, dozens of exculpatory statements from witnesses, 26 questions for him. Schilling was an investigator for the state regarding the deficiencies of the investigation, including leads that were not run down. Schilling expressed the view that the investigation conducted by Santa Fe Sheriff's Office over the course of more than a year contained numerous critical errors and could not be remedied. The letter had 9 questions for him. In addition to those witnesses, the alert letter identified 23 documents that Baldwin contended would disprove the charges. A recording of the 911 call, the gun goes off, is described as an accident and places the blame on someone other than Baldwin. Multiple people can bear blame. I don't know if that's really exculpatory, but I think it gives a full picture, right? 3 search warrants containing numerous exculpatory statements from key witnesses who witnessed the gun go off, that Baldwin had been very careful with firearms on set. A statement that Halls told everyone, including Baldwin, the gun was safe. Don't point it at somebody. And a statement from Hannah Gutierrez that she didn't really check the gun too much before the incident. Yeah, that's why part of why she was convicted. The OSHA report that scathes at everybody, text message between Zachary, Reed, and Kinney, which contained evidence that Reed went, quote, target shooting with the driver of the prop truck before the incident, and that unbeknownst to Baldwin, Reed had consistently failed to follow proper safety protocols on the set of Rust. Interesting that those texts didn't come up during her trial, isn't it? A letter signed by many of the cast and crew disputing that the set of Rust was inherently unsafe. I mean, the OSHA letter is scathing. Transcript from Hall's proffer interview in which he blames himself for the incident states no member of the cast or crew could have anticipated there would be live rounds and a firearm on set. And we saw lots of people state that. The alert letter also requested that the state provide specific instructions to the grand jury on 2 critical elements of the charging statute. Criminal negligence standard requires the prosecution to show that Baldwin had subjective knowledge of an actual risk that the firearm placed in his hand had been loaded with live ammo. And I think when this comes to trial, there's going to be an argument that you treat, I don't know what, my nose got all weird, that you treat every weapon as if it is loaded, and that the gun he was handling was likely loaded with live ammo and therefore posed a substantial risk to human life. And if that's the standard they get at trial, it's going to be very hard for a jury to find that, because everyone on set said that they could not believe that this could have happened. And so if that is the standard for the jury instruction they get at trial, that is going to make it very hard for a jury to come back on the criminal negligence standard. It doesn't mean that they won't come back on him negligently handling a firearm, which is the other side of this. Baldwin requested an instruction that proximate cause is an element of causation and that the element of proximate cause is negated where the negligence of a third party was the only significant cause of death or constitutes an intervening cause that broke the foreseeable chain of events. Also a strong, obviously they're requesting it because it's strong for Baldwin, but the argument that if Hannah had not put a live round in the gun, if she had done her job, that is, or her not doing her job is the intervening cause. So nothing that Baldwin did was foreseeable of causing harm because there shouldn't have been anything that can cause harm in the gun. But blanks can, in some circumstances, cause harm. And blanks could have been accident. I think there's more argument to this, but that is a requested instruction about proximate cause. On November 15th, the state filed an expedited motion to preclude nearly all of the documents and witnesses that Baldwin identified. They sought to preclude Baldwin's jury instructions, arguing that an instruction requiring that the target had subjective knowledge of an actual risk that the firearm placed in his hand had been loaded with live ammo is an unprecedented departure from the elements of proof and law. The state further argued that such an instruction improperly assumes that the factual basis of the negligent act was failing to check for live rounds. I think the basis for the negligent act is pointing the weapon and pulling the trigger, not failing to check. According to the state, whether or not Baldwin had subjective knowledge of an actual risk that the firearm placed in his hand had been loaded with live ammunition has nothing to do with the other ways in which the state intends to show he negligently handled a firearm resulting in death, which is pointing the weapon at somebody and pulling the trigger. The state also refused to provide Baldwin's requested causation instruction. The state stated that it intended to provide a different instruction, even though in yet another legal blunder, the state's proffered instruction stated that it didn't apply in homicide cases. I mean, did the state argue that because this is an invol, it doesn't fall under what? We're going to have to go through all those motions. That's why we're doing a deep dive on this next week. On November 15th, the court held a hearing to discuss the parties' motions. The court stated that the length and breadth of the state's motion to preclude Baldwin's evidence, the court was vacating and rescheduling the grand jury from November to January. The court's like, no, TLDR. At the hearing, the court expressed deep concern about the fact the grand jury had information and the date was disclosed, creating the risk of prejudice. And grand jurors had, in fact, approached the clerk seeking to serve on that grand jury. That's one of the most troubling things I've learned in all of these motions today, is that after the prosecution stated that to the New York Times, the actual seated grand jurors, because grand jurors will be seated for the term and then will be on lots of grand juries, went to the clerk and was like, put me on the Baldwin case. Weird. The state violated the court's order within an hour by disclosing we know all of that. Let's see. The court orders the state to make virtually all of Baldwin's exculpatory evidence available to the grand jury. On January 11th, the court overruled most of the state's objections to Baldwin's. Let's see. Sorry. I'm checking to make sure that's not my kid texting me. It is not. And held the state's grand jury must be told about nearly all the evidence the state had sought to exclude. The January 11th order also rejected the state's narrow view of what it means to conduct a fair and impartial grand jury proceeding. The court explained that the state needed to facilitate the grand jury's inquiry into any lawful, relevant, or competent evidence. Special prosecutors were obligated to alert the grand jury of any lawful, competent, relevant evidence identified in Baldwin's alert letter. Oh, this is also kiddo. Hold on, give me 30 seconds. Sorry, chat. I'm back. It's one of those days. Hold on. Where am I? I'm not all the way back. All right, we're gonna zoom a little bit because my kiddo missed the bus to finish up a group project, as one does. So we're gonna zoom a little bit, which kills until I can talk to Dr. B and see if he can pick him up. So I might have to pause and talk to Dr. B in just a minute. In which case we will pause and talk to Dr. B. But let's see. Contrary to the state's inaccurate assertion that it was only required to present evidence that directly negates defendant's guilt, adding to its mountain of legal errors, the shade doesn't stop. The state cited overruled law. Don't do that. Overruled law to support. The court confirmed that Baldwin's evidence need not be directly exculpatory to compel the state to alert the grand jury to its existence. Directly, if this is what happened, and again, legal filings or allegations and shade, they're written in the light most favorable to the party filing them. But if things are as they are presented, when the court orders you to do something and you directly don't do that thing, if that's what happened here, it's going to be a problem. As the court noted, the intent of the code is to give the grand jury access to more evidence, not less. I think that's fair. That's the goal. Applying these principles, the court ruled that all 7 of Baldwin's proposed witnesses must be made available to the grand jury. The existence of Baldwin's witnesses and their potential testimony, because the state failed to persuade the court that the potential testimony of the proposed witnesses may not disprove or reduce the charge or accusation or may not make the indictment unjustified, footnote 10. So the court said, quote, notably, the court specifically, yikes. Sorry for everyone wearing headphones. Notably, the court specifically instructed the state, quote, to make readily available the proposed tangible evidence and potential witnesses to avoid scheduling disruptions if the grand jury wishes to hear the evidence once alerted. As this instruction makes clear, the state was not only barred from withholding the evidence identified in Baldwin's letter, but it had an affirmative duty to facilitate the grand jury's inquiry into such evidence by ensuring that each of Baldwin's proposed witnesses were immediately available to testify and making sure the grand jury was aware that it could request to hear from those witnesses at any time. They need to be told. Right. In a separate order issued the same day, the court cautioned the state that it must provide Baldwin's requested proximate cause instruction if the evidence supports it. Well, if is something that lawyers will argue. The court disagreed with Baldwin, however, that the state was required to instruct the grand jury that it was necessary to prove that Baldwin, quote, was subjectively aware that the gun he was handling was likely loaded with live ammo, accepting the state's argument that it was improper to require an instruction that is materially different from the uniform jury instructions. The special prosecutors conduct a sham grand jury proceeding in violation of the court's order. If they violated the court's order, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Despite the court's order and that the state had an obligation to act in a fair and impartial manner at all times during the grand jury proceeding, Morrissey and Lewis had a different agenda. At a starting point, the state intended to proceed with the grand jury on January 18th, even though the grand jury's term was set to expire on the 19th, and that there was no way the state could present all the evidence in that time frame. It is quick. Therefore, on January 18th, Baldwin sent a letter asking them to continue it. And they didn't. They didn't allow more time. So they're stating they were rushing it at the end, and they had an agenda to rush it at the end. The state presents false and inaccurate testimony. The state presented 7 witnesses to the grand jury. 3 are on the DA's payroll. I mean, okay, okay. I mean, I'm not pressed about that. I'm pressed about some of the other stuff. 2 are from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. Okay, 1 is suing Baldwin for money. Everyone's suing Baldwin for money. And another began blaming Baldwin in the media within days of Hutchins' death, even though he quit the production before the accident and was not even on set when it occurred. And one of the state's 7 witnesses, only one, Ross Adiago, the one suing Baldwin for money, witnessed the accident. I liked Ross. I mean, don't come for Ross. I liked Ross when he testified at trial. Everyone's suing Baldwin. And the lead investigator, Hancock, and Marissa Popple, a crime scene technician, were called to testify about their investigation. They say the SFSO mangled nearly every aspect of the investigation. Footnote 11. We heard about this during the trial. I'm sure this is the same. For example, the immediate aftermath of the accident, SFSO left the prop cart unattended, such that cast and crew members were able to tamper with evidence. You guys saw it in trial. You let me know your thoughts on this allegation. Similarly, the prop truck where firearms and ammunition were stored overnight was left unsecured on the property for nearly a week before it was searched. That makes me uncomfortable. Which allowed at least one crew member, Hannah Gutierrez, to remove evidence from the truck before they executed the search warrant. They cleared the scene. Furthermore, SFSO received reports from multiple people concerning allegations that individuals connected with the film were firing live ammunition at the Bonanza Creek Ranch on or about the day of the accident. These statements were apparently brushed aside, and they barely received mention in the sheriff's report. Another individual reported that shortly after the incident, he overheard individuals who worked on another film discussing how some of the people working on Rust had been shooting cans off posts. We heard nothing about that at trial. The individual reported that this individual reported what he overheard to SFSO, but there was no follow-up. It has further been reported that SFSO, quote, as a team, decided not to seek fingerprint or DNA testing of the live rounds found on set to identify who was responsible for them being there. I mean, I think the trial kind of cleared that up. Finally, the firearms that discharged a live round, one of the most significant, if not most significant pieces of material evidence, was destroyed by the FBI at the direction of SFSO, and therefore cannot be tested in the condition that it was in when the accident occurred. I mean, it was tested. It just can't be tested again. So they say Morrissey did not elicit that relevant exculpatory evidence, nor did she elicit the exculpatory evidence in affidavits gathered throughout the investigation. Instead, she guided the witnesses through tightly controlled and misleading questions that supported the state's narrative against Baldwin, even when the narrative contradicted the evidence. Footnote 12. There's transcripts. Normally the grand jury's secret. This is not sealed. There's transcript portions from the grand jury. Wow. Okay. I mean, the defense isn't going to ask to seal it. In most cases, this shit stays sealed. So, all right. I'm glad we're deep diving this because we're going to need to read all 700 pages. Transcript of second day of grand jury proceedings. Question. Now you've seen this video. Is anything about what you've seen here problematic from your standpoint? This is a terrible question. Answer, yes. Question, what is it? Answer, which witness is this? Answer, there's a number of things. It appears as though the armorer is putting spent ammo in the same fanny pack or pouch as live ammo as she's pulling live ammo out of. Dave Hall's the first AD, who's in the blue jeans and black shirt, is not. Question, and keep in mind, we're here for Mr. Baldwin. Point your narrative. What is Mr. Baldwin doing in this scene that was concerning to you? After Hancock and Popple, the state called Michael Hoeg, one of the state's purported firearms experts, to testify that the firearm would not have fired on the day of the incident unless Baldwin pulled the trigger. Hoeg has no personal knowledge of the testing, summarizing the testing conducted by the FBI, during which the firearm was beaten with a mallet and destroyed. I mean, they did fire like 12 rounds first before it was beaten and destroyed. Like, firearms testing was done. Throughout his testimony, he referred to a video he prepared with the prosecution that depicted a different firearm from the one that was on set. He omitted several essential facts regarding that testing, including that the FBI testing established that the gun did fire without a trigger pull when the firearm was fully loaded with 6 rounds. That's new information. And that's the FBI laboratory report at 18. I'd be very interested to see that entire laboratory report. Notwithstanding of this fact, of which both Hoeg and the prosecution were aware, he testified repeatedly that the firearm could not fire without a trigger pull. I mean, I don't know if this is the biggest problem. Oh, the photos of the cock notches. But there are problems here if this went against the court orders. Let's see. Close up of the rust gun showing filed down full cock notch and filed down notches. So they're saying that this rounded one was modified not by the FBI destructive testing, but before that. I need to go back and watch some of that testimony. So they're arguing that that happened before the destructive testimony. Let's see. The prosecution failed to explain that the elimination of these notches, which appear to be filed off and are inconsistent with being broken by the FBI's testing, that's not what the FBI said, would have made the gun significantly easier to fire and prone to malfunction. That's not what the FBI testified to. Moreover, the prosecution failed to explain that the hammer showed signs of rough tool marks, including file marks, that are consistent with manipulation. Footnote 13. That witness, hold on, guys. This is Kiddo one more time. I'm trying. Give me 1 sec. Chat, give me 1 sec. I will be back. I've got to talk to my husband real quick about kiddo pickup. So let me put the BRB on, and I'm going to put some of our lovely Streamyard music on. Thank you, Streamyard. So give me 30 seconds to figure this out. I hate to take a pause, but we've got to at the moment. Give me 1 sec. All right, chat. What did we think of the new music? Hold on, let me pull this banner down real quick. What did we think of the new music? Thanks, Streamyard, for our rock and roll hold music real quick while we determined who was picking up my kid that did not come home on the bus. Cause life. All right. Let's keep going, shall we? And then we're going to get to Q&A. We're going to go through this just a little bit more because we're going to have to deep dive all of this. But we're at tool marks where they're talking about rough tool marks, file marks consistent with manipulation of the weapon. This didn't come up a ton in Hannah's trial because it wasn't really as relevant to Hannah's trial, because Hannah's trial is who loaded the thing, not necessarily who shot the thing. The prosecution was just like, this is who shot it. So, let's see. The prosecution failed to explain The hammer showed signs of rough tool marks, footnote 13. This witness referenced these marks at Hannah's trial, day 4. Counsel for Baldwin is awaiting receipt of the trial videos and does not yet have transcripts. I mean, you can pull down there's plenty of places you can pull down the trial transcripts or pull down the videos. And they could have paid for daily transcripts. I mean, they might not have the full transcripts yet, but they could have paid for daily transcripts. Let's see. Footnote 14, witness noted at trial that the firearm would not have worked in a normal fashion if it were in this modified condition on set, but the person who did 12 rounds firing it said that it was not modified. This is going to be a big, big fight at Baldwin's trial, because at Baldwin's trial, it's going to be a lot of, I think the key issue is going to be not just what role he had as a producer, but did he pull the trigger? Did he not pull the trigger? Right. Let's see. The state's next witness, Brian Carpenter. I liked him quite a lot, who, like Hoeg, was paid by the state to testify. And all experts are paid. Your experts are paid. Everybody's experts are paid. Like, what? It's not the serve that you think it is that they're paid. Footnote 15. Carpenter also assisted the victim's family in litigation in which Baldwin was named as a defendant. Which one of the victim's family's litigation is my question. Testifying that shortly after learning about the incident, he was contacted by the Hutchins family and asked if I would help them sort out some of what occurred on the movie set by looking into the incident and giving them some direction on responsibilities of armorers / producers / different people that worked on the movie set. And in media appearances, as well as on LinkedIn and in the CV provided the state last spring, Carpenter represents himself as an armor and weapons expert. Yep, he does. But that is not how he represented himself to the grand jury. Instead, he introduced himself as the owner of a production studio that makes movies, as if he started as an armorer but has since taken on bigger roles in the industry. The testimony was false, and Morrissey knew it. Carpenter is not an experienced film producer. Carpenter's Studio 13 South production appears to have been involved in no more than 1 or 2 projects that were distributed to the public. I mean, were there projects that weren't distributed to the public? The studio's IMDb page lists 4 productions. Oh my God. This is starting to feel like a Housewives reunion. What's listed on your IMDb page? Some of these arguments are stronger. Some of them are a little less strong. The studio's IMDb page lists 4 productions, 3 of which appear never to have been released. I mean, things get made and not released all the time. This misrepresentation allowed Carpenter to testify well beyond his experience with credibility he didn't earn. I'll be interested to dive into that a bit more, because I'm curious about this, but we also saw Morrissey do this during the Gutierrez trial. Normally, I would discount this a little bit, but normally, I would be like, yeah, okay, whatever. But we saw Morrissey kind of expand the scope of people's testimony during the trial. So I'm a little more skeptical about what Morrissey might be doing based on her behavior. So there is that. For example, Carpenter told the grand jury that safety bulletins issued by SAG, quote, place responsibility for firearm safety on the actor. It doesn't sound quite right. Testifying that once a firearm is put into the actor's hand, the actor has taken a responsibility. Okay, that makes more sense. Taken a responsibility, just like getting behind the wheel of a car, to take care of other people as well as yourself. In fact, SAG has made the opposite statement. This is a statement on the Rust charges, January 19th, 2023. What date was this grand jury again? An actor's job is not to be a firearms or weapons expert. Firearms are provided for their use under the guidance of multiple expert professionals directly responsible for the safe and accurate operation of that firearm. However, There are also rules of gun safety that it seemed that he exceeded. I don't think his case is as easy as Hannah's case. The firearms bulletin makes clear that the actor has no obligation to check the gun. Well, Carpenter also said that in his trial testimony, that the weapons handler is the one responsible for checking the gun before use, and that the actor may point the gun at the camera with the approval of the first AD, which Halls gave here. I don't know that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. And that the armorer and first AD are exclusively responsible for firearm safety. Quote, if it is absolutely necessary to point a firearm at someone, consult the property master or, in his or her absence, the weapons handler or the safety representative, such as the first AD. It'll be interesting to hear Halls' testimony at this trial, won't it? The next witness they called was Lane Looper. We're getting way more information about the grand jury than I ever thought we would get. Wild. A member of the Rust camera crew who quit the production the day before the fatal accident. Despite Looper's absence from the set the day of the accident and his relatively narrow role as an assistant cameraman, shade, Morrissey treated him as an expert on all things related to film safety. That doesn't surprise me. She did that in the trial as well. Just trying to expand everyone's knowledge. She even asked him to answer specific questions on firearm safety rules about which he had no expertise. She did that in trial. Meanwhile, Looper's bias against Runts and its producers arose before the accident even took place. He quit because the production would not pay for hotel rooms for crew members who lived less than an hour away from set. Within days of Hutchinson's death, Looper began airing grievances to the media and publicly challenging Baldwin's version of events, which Looper was not even there to witness. Footnote 18. And that's an LA Times article. At several points throughout his testimony, Looper made comments that were stricken as irrelevant and prejudicial, claiming Baldwin was using my monitor as an ashtray for a cigar he was smoking. Morrissey's presentation to the grand jury included just a single eyewitness to the accident, Ross Adiago. Neither Morrissey nor Adiago disclosed to the jury that Adiago is suing Baldwin for money damages. I think she should have. She didn't do it well in trial either. I don't think that overturned like that. There's a lot mixed in here. Some of it's stronger than others. The state's final witness, Connor Rice, is a private paid investigator. Okay. And former Albuquerque police officer with a sword passed. Footnote 19. Rice was charged with beating a man as the man was surrendering during an arrest. Video from the arrest shows Rice punching the subject 3 times. Well, another officer put his boot on the suspect's head. This is from 2013. Okay. I don't know how. All right. I don't know how much of that is really relevant to this. I'm sure if he testifies, it'll come up on cross if it's not blocked as irrelevant to his role here. Rice had no firsthand knowledge of the incident, was not involved in the initial investigation, yet testified about both. More concerning. The special prosecutors initially withheld exculpatory evidence. Okay, but sorry, intentionally, not initially. Intentionally withheld exculpatory evidence while deflecting the grand jury's inquiries about this evidence. Other than Hancock, Morrissey did not present any witnesses identified in Baldwin's alert letter. She didn't ask Hancock proper questions to elicit exculpatory information, didn't contact Baldwin's witnesses to make sure they were available to testify, even though the court ordered the state to make them readily available. That is an issue. To testify without scheduling disruptions. The state knew it was obligated to do so, but excluded these witnesses anyway. That might well be an issue. The state accomplished this in 2 ways. First, Morrissey did not explain the meaning or purpose of the alert letter to the grand jury. I don't know how far her obligations go there, so we'll look at it. She introduced the letter at the beginning of the proceeding simply by stating, there is a grand jury alert letter from the target for your consideration. I wonder if she's obligated to go beyond that. That I want to know. She then read the letter into the record verbatim without explaining its practical significance, why it had been submitted, why it was being read, or what the grand jurors were supposed to do with it. Neither did she explain the witnesses identified in the alert letter were available to testify and that the grand jury was obligated to request the presentation of exculpatory and relevant evidence. I mean, I think they I'm interested where the obligated language is coming from. We're going to have to take a look. Instead, Morrissey conveyed the exact opposite impression. Were you there? Before reading the alert letter, she had already directed who the witnesses would be, informing the grand jury that this morning I will be presenting to you a case where Alec Baldwin is the target. The witnesses in this case will be Hancock, Popple, Haag, Carpenter, Adiago, Looper, and Rice. After reading the letter into the record, she made no effort to explain the letter's purpose, stating this concludes the grand jury evidence alert letter from the target. So there are witnesses ready to testify now. However, it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to take a break to consider the letter, or do you want to just begin hearing witness testimony? She never explained or even attempted to explain what it meant for them to consider the letter, that they could ask for witnesses or documents identified in the letter. Let's see. The state never explained that there was a third option, the most critical option of all under the governing law. The grand jury could consider the letter, hear witnesses the prosecution identified, and direct the witness testimony and document evidence identified in the letter. After returning from a short break, the grand jurors asked about a few typos in the letter, making it clear that they had no idea what New Mexico law required them to consider about the letter. What does New Mexico law require of the prosecution to disclose to the grand jury is a key question to all of this. After discussing the typos, Morrissey stated that she can't fix the typos because the letter's not ours, again, giving the impression that the letter was a mere formality. She asked the grand juries, do you have any other questions? Anybody else have any other questions? You want to tell us how you want to proceed? In response, the foreman said, I think if that's the end of the questions about the letters and warrant letters, we'd proceed with witnesses if that's okay. Morrissey diverted the grand jury from hearing exculpatory evidence as well as other evidence that would be helpful to Baldwin by refusing to facilitate the repeated inquiries into the witnesses and documents. Where are those inquiries? Okay. For example, at one point during Hancock's testimony, a grand juror asked, quote, so the bottom line is the responsibility of making sure the guns, these bullets are not live, are up to what? Dave Hall's and Hannah, question mark. The truthful answer to that question is yes. But rather than ask the grand jurors if they wanted to hear from Halls directly, Morrissey responded, we are going to have another witness address those issues for you. We have an expert who works on movie sets. He's going to answer those questions for you if that's okay. The witness she was referring to was Brian Carpenter, the state's paid expert, whose false answer to that question, blaming the situation on Baldwin, would have been refuted by Hall's footnote 20. The relevant industry bulletin from the relevant industry safety bulletin from SAG as well. Notably, at the trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, one of the jurors has publicly stated that the jury's verdict, quote, was based on the fact that it was Gutierrez Reed's job to check those rounds and those firearms, footnote 22. Let's go through all those footnotes. Carpenter's testimony contradicted prior statements from both Halls and the objective documentary evidence that gun safety is the responsibility of the armorer and the first AD. Indeed, Halls had previously testified that he feels some culpability for Hutchins' death because as first AD, he was the last line of defense when it came to firearm safety on set. Footnote 21, although the grand jury was provided a copy of the industry safety bulletin, Morrissey glossed over the most exculpatory portion and the most exculpatory bulletin, which contradicts Carpenter's testimony. Although Morrissey, in her own words, very, very quickly put the relevant bulletin up on screen, she never called attention to the exculpatory portion highlighted in Baldwin's letter and quickly took it off the screen just so it's not a distraction. She instead directed the grand jury attention to the language in a different bulletin that says, quote, blanks can kill, even though Baldwin was told that the gun was cold by the person in charge of gun safety, and Hutchins' death was not caused by a blank, it was caused by a real bullet that was inexplicably commingled with dummy rounds. And then, did we get to footnote 22? I think we did. Let's get to footnote 22, which is a New York Times article. This is, we're 31 pages in. I feel like we're on the cusp of like not getting to questions, doing a 5-hour live stream. Like, how are we so deep in the weeds on this? Ugh. Even Morrissey agreed with the view Gutierrez Reed's trial, contradicting the false testimony she elicited for the grand jury. In summation at trial, Morrissey argued that Gutierrez Reed is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety, and that Gutierrez was responsible for Hutchins's death because it was foreseeable that Baldwin would not check the gun. Day 10 of the trial. Right, but was it foreseeable that Baldwin would point the gun directly at someone and pull the trigger while the gun was fully cocked? Ugh. When another grand juror asked, shouldn't somebody have seen the difference before it went into the gun, Morrissey deflected that question away from Halls, who previously testified that he should have checked the gun before handing it to Baldwin. Right. Instead, she stated, quote, like I said, we're going to have more testimony on this that will hopefully help with that. At no point did Morrissey explain to the grand jurors that they could hear from Halls directly if they wanted to. Morrissey later introduced testimony that Baldwin could have determined the difference between a dummy and a blank without any basis for the testimony, and contrary to what at least one other person told SFSO. This is from Jensen Eccles' interview. He said you wouldn't be able to tell off a visual inspection if they were dummies or live rounds, which is why they shake. You can't just look at them. You have to pull them out and shake them. That we learned. On another occasion, a grand juror asked when Baldwin refused to look at the gun that he was handed that was allegedly cleared, and they gave him it to him to reinspect it. How would he inspect the gun? Would he take all the bullets out into his hand and start shaking them, or would he just open the chamber and look at the top to make sure it was kind of seated all the same and no inconsistencies? The question itself is troubling because it reflects at least 3 material misunderstandings. Grand juries are allowed to misunderstand. 1, that Baldwin refused to look at the gun. 2, that he was required to reinspect it. I can see why they're troubled about that. 3, that there is a protocol on how actors check weapons. These misunderstandings are a direct result of false testimony from Morrissey's witnesses, and Morrissey had a duty to elicit truthful evidence to rebut them. For example, had the grand jury been able to question Halls or been referred to affidavits about the incident for the correct safety bulletin or SAG's views, the grand jury would have understood that Baldwin didn't refuse to check or reinspect the gun. Rather, he had no obligation to check it in the first place, therefore was never asked or told to check the gun or given protocol for doing so. But Morrissey diverted the inquiry, stating, "Is it okay with you if we address that question to a different witness?" Again, she was referring to Carpenter, whose false testimony would compound the misunderstandings. In fact, Carpenter testified at Hannah's trial that Hannah and Halls, not the actor, have the obligation to check and clear the gun. He did. And I think when he testified, I said, that's going to be helpful for Baldwin, which is the opposite of what he told the Baldwin grand jury. That's going to be a problem when Carpenter testifies at Baldwin's trial. If he said something different to the grand jury than he said at Hannah's trial, than he said in other interviews, it's going to be an issue. Trial day 6. Carpenter, you clear the weapon with at least 2 representatives on set. Anybody who wants to see it, it gets cleared with them if they request, but generally it's going to be your first ADA and possible DP. Morrissey, are you testifying that you show the individual dummy rounds to the AD or whoever else wants it? Carpenter, absolutely. Morrissey, and the actor, Carpenter, the actor may or may not be on set yet, but when they get there, this is done again. So with the actor, it's saying the actor is shown. So with the actor, and sometimes you'll have an actor that says, no, I don't want to see it, and they'll just brush it off. But as long as you've done the safety check with at least 2 other sources and moved through the process, you've done what you should have done. Morrissey, and whose responsibility is it to ferret out any possible live rounds on the movie set? Carpenter, it's the armorer's responsibility. That's what he said at trial. This is again cutting off the testimony that we've seen about Halls. Let's see. The special prosecutors issue an improper prejudicial instruction to the grand jury. This might look, as I said earlier, issuing the wrong instruction to a jury can be fatal. If they issued the wrong jury instruction, it could be fatal to this grand jury. Special prosecutors issue an improper prejudicial instruction to the grand jury. Morrissey supercharged these failures by the language in this thing is hilarious. Morrissey supercharged the failures by issuing an improper instruction on a critical element of the charging statute. Specifically, on 3 separate occasions, Morrissey instructed the grand jury that to return a true bill, an indictment, it must find probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is an indictment, lower standard, probable cause, as to each of the following elements. 1, the target, Baldwin, discharged a firearm during the production of a movie without first verifying the firearm contained no live ammunition while the firearm was pointed in the direction of another. I don't think that's the way they should have worded that. 2, the target should have known the danger involved from the target's actions. 3, the target acted with willful disregard to the safety of others. And 4, the target's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. Morrissey included the italicized language even though she had successfully argued to the court that Baldwin's requested instruction, concerning subjective knowledge was improper because it assumes that the factual basis of the negligent act was failing to check the firearm for live rounds, and that any deviation from the UJI by inserting such language was unwarranted. The instruction Morrissey gave the grand jury deviates from the uniform jury instructions and violates the court's order. It places an affirmative duty on Baldwin to check the gun for live bullets, and therefore obtains subjective knowledge about the very thing that Morrissey told the grand jury. The court has nothing to do with the ways in which the state intends to prove Baldwin's negligence. That very well may be an issue. To which the state's expert at the Gutierrez Reed trial testified was not the actor's responsibility. True. The target discharged a firearm during the production of a movie while the firearm was pointed in the direction of another seems like negligent discharge of a firearm. Ugh. But there's so much more information I need before we finish going through this, which is why we're going to have to do this twice. If the court ordered to the state that you do not change the jury instruction and you're giving the jury instruction consistent with the uniform jury instructions, and then she changes it, it goes against what they had their hearing about and against the court order. I understand why they're mad. I'd be mad. On January 19th, the jury returned an indictment. The indictment states that it is based on the testimony of those witnesses. The grand jury did not receive the favorable or exculpatory testimony or documents that the state was obligated to present. That may very well be an issue. So they're going through their argument, which is going to bring up the facts and the law. All of them. I love the bullet points. Let's see. The indictment must be dismissed. Under New Mexico law, the grand jury is our system's foundation for the protection of individual rights, recognized method by which the public can be certain of protection against abuse and public responsibilities. The grand jury's duty is to protect citizens against unfounded accusations, whether they come from the government or others, and to prevent anyone from being indicted through malice, hatred, or ill will. But the grand jury method cannot function when prosecutors conflate their role as an aid to the grand jury with their role of the grand jury itself. Let's see. That is exactly what happened here. The state deprived the grand jury of its ability to accurately and independently assess the government's evidence of probable cause, and instead use the grand jury as a private tool to obtain Baldwin's indictment. The indictment must be dismissed for 2 independent reasons. The state unlawfully deprived the grand jury of critical evidence that disproves the charges or makes an indictment unjustified. Second, the state conducted the grand jury process in an unlawful manner, included by providing improper charging instruction. And again, improper charging instruction is going to be one of the things that can overturn an indictment. So when we do a deep dive, we're going to have to look at New Mexico's system for, oh God, this is still going, New Mexico's system for grand jury indictments. I'm sorry that we got far afield with, we got far afield with the motion for sanctions, which I'm now riveted by. The state's repeated constitutional violations, ethical rules further undermine the integrity of the grand jury process. This is kind of their closing or conclusion. The state's misconduct through this prosecution occurred on the heels of an equally bad faith prosecution brought by Morrissey's predecessors, whose constant disparagement of Baldwin in the media annihilated any chance of a fair prosecution. Like Morrissey, the elected DA and the prior special counsel could not hide their disdain from Baldwin, which is why they cut every corner imaginable to push their vindictive agenda, charging Baldwin under a law that didn't exist when the accident occurred. It was embarrassing. Appointing a special prosecutor who was simultaneously campaigning for a state legislator, disparaging Baldwin and his lawyers in the media when he asserted constitutional challenges to those mistakes, even when they privately conceded that his lawyers were correct. Meanwhile, the elected DA and the prior special prosecutor weren't laughing at Baldwin's expense. Counsel.
They were lolling. Lol.
They were laughing at Baldwin's expense, literally writing lol at the idea that prosecuting Baldwin could help the special prosecutor get elected. Yeah, gross. Sure. Absolutely. That's not this prosecutor. That doesn't have much to do with whether this grand jury is a problem. But if I need to see, well, there's 700 pages of this. So I'm hoping to see, before we do a deep dive into this for the podcast that is more of a TLDR, that what the court's order was and what the prosecution presented and what the jury instruction should be. Let's see. Let's see. It says, given all the above circumstances, which we have just gone through for like 2 hours, New Mexico law requires that the indictment be dismissed. Dismissing, that's from a prior case, Herrera, dismissing the indictment where the state conducted the grand jury proceedings in a manner that violated the grand jury statutes designed to protect the structural integrity of the grand jury system, rendering the proceedings fundamentally unfair. So, what we're going to do for the podcast, now that we've been through part of this, is go through what the statute is in New Mexico, what the attachments show, because there are 700 pages of attachments, what the attachments show, and give you guys a really good, hopefully a really good breakdown of where this case stands. They are going to be fighting on this like hell. Why? Because they've already charged and dismissed Baldwin once. They can't just re-indict him again. So if his team is successful, this is the end. Like, this is the end. So 700 pages, is it still Tuesday? I don't even know. Molly, I don't even know. But Dr. B went to pick up my kid. So we can, or our kid. So we can get to some Q&A. I need to blow my nose because obviously I don't know why my nose has gotten so gunky while I'm talking, but I need to blow my nose. We're 4.5 hours in. My mods are like, hey, good that you're back. We're streaming all day, apparently. So I've got questions. You've got questions. We're going to go to Q&A. I'm going to go to some hold music real quick, and then we're going to go through some questions. I really do enjoy the rock music. It's my new favorite hold music. The media is gonna lose their minds if this case gets dismissed. I know a lot of you are like, "No, we need to see this trial." I've got a lot of questions here. There's some stuff in this that I'm like, I don't like that at all. Like, there's people, there are rules. Oh my God, my hair as I'm like taking my in-ears off and on to figure out why my kid needs a ride home from school. There are rules to the grand jury things, and if you don't follow those rules, it is appropriate that that gets dismissed. Like, we've got to reset the whole thing here. My in-ears have like ruined all the hair today. But there are rules to this, and if you don't follow the rules, the sanction against prosecutors not following the rules is that your case gets yeeted. Like, that's what happens. If Baldwin's case gets yeeted, it's done. No trial, no nothing, can't recharge him unless there was a quirk in New Mexico law that is different. But generally, you're not going to have another chance at it. So let's get to your questions. I'm sure there are many. I will get to as many as I can. A huge thank you to the moderators. Give the mods all the love for the XL live stream. I promise Thursday's live stream won't be as long. There is not a there is not a podcast dropping on YouTube tomorrow. It's just dropping on the audio. So wherever you listen to your podcast, grab it there. That's where it will be. We'll let you know in the app, of course. And we have a members only live stream tomorrow evening. So don't forget about that for all of you that are members. So that's what we will be doing. All right. To all of the members, Niffer, thank you for the gifted memberships. It's so good to see all of you guys in your member chats. I'm going to try to get to questions. I will pull up some of the chats as we can. Appreciate the Rumpel reference from London, UK. I mean, I was probably talking about Runkle of the Bailey in the chat because it's his reference, not mine. When Hannah Gutierrez goes to sentencing and gets time served, she may or may not. Would she appeal to get rid of the felony? That becomes a strategic and financial decision. It's possible if there are things that she needs to appeal on. Somebody in the chat had mentioned that it looked like her sentencing had gotten moved. So let me pull up her case real quick and see if there's a new filing that came down while I was streaming. I don't see anything. I don't see anything other than the requests for settings. I don't see any notice on the court website that anything has been changed. It doesn't mean that it's not being reported that it has. It's just not on the court website. I've been binging Law and Order SVU. After watching you, I realized there's a lot of dramatization. Yes. How do you stand watching those shows? I don't watch a lot of them. So, everything's dramatized. There were times when I would watch, especially when CSI was really big, that I would watch because if that's what was really popular on TV and that's what my jurors were watching, I needed to be able to, I felt, bridge the gap between expectation and reality. Like, you might expect that it'll go this way, but that's not necessarily how it goes. Did you ever cover the CryptoZoo scam? I briefly covered some of the filings, but I did not do a deep dive in it the way that like CoffeeZilla or Attorney Tom did. I definitely heard Barbara and saw Jim in a wig. Member for 16 months. Congratulations. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Terry Jones, today's my birthday. I'm here with Emily. Thank you. Happy birthday to all of you in the chat celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Law Nerd. Rachel said, I did Disney World as a band kid too. It's such a cool thing to get to do. It's a very special thing, and I love that. I want my kid to get to do all the things, get them to do all the things they can do. Here's why. First, Atmospheric Wonders. Yay, so glad to have you. Thank you and welcome. But adulting is bullshit, like in so many ways. So as stuff comes up for my kids, I'm like, do it. Just do the experience, be tired, have fun. Like you literally are only young in this life, this short period of time, and you are going to then be an adult, and adulting is bullshit. So do all of the things now. And I want you to do all of the things. So when they have opportunities, I encourage them to do literally everything they have the opportunity to do. Because in hindsight, A, I wish I had done more, but B, adulting is bullshit. So I want them to be able to experience the things they can as teens and young adults when they go through school and college before they have to jump into like adulting things. I don't even know what that looks like anymore. I'm just like, when I was a teen, I was like, I want my driver's license. I want to get out of the house. I want to go to college on the other side of the country, like away. And a lot of kids, not just my kids, my friends' kids, but a lot of kids are like, it's nice here. Do we have to go? And I'm like, nope, you don't. You're welcome to stay in state for school. I love you. And it's not that far to drive to Knoxville. So, you know, I'm like, no, don't stay. Me, I was like literally the scene from Monty Python where they're like, run away. That was me. Absolutely me as a teen. I was like, how far can we get from California and stay within the US? Massachusetts, good. Run away. So us 90s kids are kind of feral, as are the 60s kids, 70s kids, and 80s kids. Somewhere it shifts in the 2000s. Kids become less feral. Angela said, we were in Walt Disney World in February and my 4-year-old rode Big Thunder Mountain and loved it. I have thrill seekers. Yeah, we loved Big Thunder at Magic Kingdom. Happy Heart said, that's wild. I thought I saw you there. Love that you got to experience the Disney World. We are there every week. I was definitely there running around. A couple of law nerds said hi at Disney World and we're just like, wait, you're here. I'm like, I am here. Hello. It was lovely to see you guys that we ran into. What Disney merch did you buy? Not much. This was my throat's giving me the business, but this was the main one. The Walt Disney World Minnie Mouse Starbucks cup. Are you shocked? I definitely got some pins. But this was the main merch. Good to see you, Sandra D. Just because gifted 10 memberships, thank you. Finally getting tested for ADHD because of you. Giselle, it's always so nice to know how our brains work. And when you are ADHD, like things like getting tested for ADHD or refilling prescriptions for ADHD and all of the things can be so difficult. So good for you. It's hard. Just found out yesterday my kiddo needs another surgery. Evie, I'm sorry. Eve, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I added an I to your name. But Eve, I'm so sorry. This is my favorite place for distraction. We're here for you. We love you. I'm sorry. It is hard. My kids have had health stuff. It's not easy. The thing I will tell you that I know for certain, it is more traumatic for us as parents than it is for them. I know that doesn't help, but it really is very hard on us. So make sure you have support too. Elaine said, will it make a difference for Hannah given her pending charges? I need to go look at her pending charges. Yes, it will make a difference because she wants this involuntary manslaughter, I'm sure, off of her record. Let's see. For manslaughter conviction, firearm rights are restored after 10 years in Arizona and New Mexico. I wonder if invol is a little bit different. It might be less, but I appreciate the noodly Google. Have we expressed our rage at the lack of Starbucks Irish cream cold brew? Kim, I was thinking about it this morning. Seriously. What is this lavender matcha BS? Oh, the fuckery. Agreed. I don't know. And why is everything made with oat milk? I can't do oat. I am allergic. Stop making everything with oat milk. A, when they build the recipe for oat milk, it doesn't taste right with not oat milk. And B, why can't we just have nice things? Makes me so mad. So, and/or almost sounds like Amber Heard's lawyer asking what, if any. I mean, that's fair. Did the jury's one question relate to this? Christy, no. Because the jury question, to the best of my memory, had to do with the intervening cause, not with the and or. Your geopolitics World War II self would love Tino Starmakin's channel. It's my teen, not me, because he is in AP Euro. I do like the coconut milk. I don't mind the almond milk. I just can't do the oat milk. So, but it doesn't, when you do it with other milks, it just doesn't taste quite the way they intended it because oat milk is specific. Runkle, good to see you with your member chat. He doesn't understand the case he's citing. I understood that better as we got through the reading of the opinion, right? It was bad. Could you give a shout out to Hoeg's nomination for the Stroke Heroes Award? He could use some more votes. Snoopykins, I know we did it in the middle of the stream somewhere, but now we can do it again. Thank you for all the reminders to vote for Hoeg. Clap, clap, vote for Hoeg. Can we get Hoeg way more votes than 5,400? Yes, we can. That is linked in the pinned somewhere down below, and the mods have been sharing it. So yes, we can. Let's see. Emily, did you know that Sandoval is in 2 Bon Jovi videos? Oh God, no, why? I didn't, but that sounds like Hollywood things. It's good to see you, Michael. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I feel like I could defend better than this guy, and I'm not a lawyer. If I am a defendant and my lawyer doesn't object to stuff, can I start doing it at trial? You can fire your lawyer and represent yourself. Yeah, sure, Miguelina. Let's go ahead and end the poll. The poll we had put up was, are you surprised the DA offered Baldwin a plea deal? It looks like we're yes at 55%. You can fire your lawyer and start representing yourself. Rebecca said it's a 2 Starbucks day. It might be. My voice is like it's a hot tea day. I can see the danger in the and or. Muggsy is accused of murder because he killed Tom and or Harry. 6 jurors find a reasonable. I don't think they can do it quite that way, Tim. And the way that they do it in the law, it is in these jury instructions, it is confusing, but you can't do and or for victims. It was more and or for specific acts. I'm an hour-ish behind, but don't attorneys argue jury instructions ahead of time? They did, and Bowles did, and he's arguing it because of the new case law, or because of the new Supreme Court ruling. So let's get to questions as much as we can. So Hannah will be punished for everyone's failure. It depends on what happens with the Baldwin stuff. Baldwin is an actor, not a prop manager. Very true. Question, would it make a case for having the special prosecutor removed? I mean, political gain and public notoriety sounds sus. That's the previous prosecutor that's already been removed. And they stepped down because they were going to be removed, I think. So yes, it did make a case, Froggy Girl. And yes, that's already happened. Sarah said, I had my first fan expo this weekend. These videos are helping me mentally. Love all of the law nerds. It's going to be great. You've got this. Awesome. Finally caught a live on my birthday. Janet, happy birthday. Let's see. I'm going to get to some more questions. I don't get it. Emily, Baldwin pointed and shot the gun. Doesn't matter that it was loaded. He did not check it for himself. Sylvia's daughter, that's what the defense is arguing, that Baldwin didn't need to check the gun because of his job. Like he wasn't required or responsible to check the gun. That's the defense argument here. If I was the prosecution, I'd be arguing that he violated gun safety and what he was trained in, which was you don't point a weapon at someone. Now, if Dave Halls gave him permission and said, yeah, we're going to block this out, go ahead and point the gun at the camera operator, then that's wild that they gave him a plea deal. And that might be why Baldwin is going to trial, because they know what else Dave Halls has said. And we don't have all of what Dave Halls said. So we don't know. Thank you, Kathy. I never pass up an opportunity to support Vanilla Ice lyrics. Tried to get him at our wedding. He wanted $40K for what? 2 songs and a DIY advance. Oh my goodness. We'll just sing it. We'll just sing it together. Live performance. Barbara Thomas said, Maddie Pollard, 15 years old, is going over the Rainbow Bridge today. Barbara, I'm so sorry. Sweetest Doggo, Corgi Retriever Mix, crying. Thanks for giving me something else to think about. Losing a pet is uniquely painful, and uniquely different. It is a very difficult thing. I still have my dear beloved Albus cat on my phone. We had her for 17 years, like still not over it. So, and she passed at the very, very beginning of 2020, which just, I was so gutted because when everything locked down, I was like, my cat would have loved this time at home with our family. So it's absolutely gutting in a very, very specific way. and very difficult. Watching since Depp heard, much love. Thank you, Destiny. A lot of you found me during that trial. Oh, my voice. Lena in the chat said, "Oh my God, Sandoval is cheating in the Bon Jovi video. Misunderstood." I'm gonna have to go watch. I mean, he was an actor first, right? Like all of the cast of Vanderpump were model, actor, bartender, waitresses. It was very LA. It was not my version of LA. I did not grow up in that, like, I want to be in TV part of LA. I grew up in the I want to be good at what I'm good at and not really have people know me part of LA. I failed a little bit at it. Have you seen the coverage of the Florida judge? No, I haven't. Emily, hope you enjoyed Orlando and Walt Disney World. Thank you, Jade. It was lovely. The weather was beautiful. We had a really good time. Muzzy Bear said, if the indictment is tossed, can the state get a second try? This is the state's second try because they tossed out the first indictment from the first special prosecutor. This is the second try. So no. Let's see. Victoria, I'm hoping you'll be covering at least one of these 3 upcoming trials. Treviso, Richins, Boone. I have not looked at the Treviso case. I have heard of it enough to think that that's the proper way to pronounce the last name. Richins, yes. Boone, yes. Sarah Reed, yes. A lot of female defendants. Donna Adelson, yes. Baldwin, yes. So, I don't know if we have a trial date on Richins or Boone because stuff keeps happening, but I will go look and see if they finally set a court date for Richins. Everything in Richin had been sealed forever. So if there are new Richins things that aren't sealed, and I see the chat saying there are, we'll cover it on Thursday. Alan Miller said, my band trip experience was the Cherry Blossom Festival in DC the week MLK was killed. Whoa. With my mom accompanying the band. That must have been wild. I was going to say Cherry Blossom Festival, DC, amazing. And then crazy being there at that time. Alan, I'm sure that's something you will never, ever forget. What a wild time to be in DC. Got my Disney 50th anniversary Starbucks tumbler. Love it. EDB, can you break down the Delphi case with the judge and missing items? Not the actual trial, but the actions in the trial. Need your comments. It's Courtney. I'm not saying no. I have a lot of work to do on this. And so getting caught up on Delphi is going to take a bit, but I am very, very, very interested in what's going on with the defense attorneys and the judge. Like, very interested. It's just going to take a lot of time to onboard because there's a lot going on. Will you do an update on Remini versus Scientology? Yes, I will. But after covering trial and being off, it takes a lot of time to catch back up. So I intend that Thursday is a catch-up stream with like quicker updates on cases. And then we jump into stuff more next week, because next Wednesday will be an in-depth podcast on everything going on with Baldwin. It's my birthday month, Vegas trip. Enjoy the Vegas trip, that Miranda, but plea deal, I was surprised. Time flies when you're laundered. I mean, we're like almost 5 hours in. Definitely does. Sounds like Morrissey is the one that needs to be humbled. It's wild, isn't it? Did no judge preside at the grand jury? The rules are a little bit different, and a judge will preside. Witness said so many filings with Remini. I know. They're non-stop. Non-stop. So just absolutely nonstop. Let's see. I will be going over the Remini stuff soon. It's just going to take me a minute to catch up. Do not worry. Let's see. Have you ever seen Alex Spiro try a case? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's going to be a doozy. I mean, that kind of makes me excited. Maybe that's why they offered the plea deal. Because they were hoping that they would. So let's see. Thanks for getting me through my yearly work compliance training videos today. Good. Let's all ask Runkle if he got his taxes done. Runkle, did you get your taxes done? Yay. Get your taxes done. If my accountants are watching, which they are probably not, they're like, girl, pot, kettle, could you please also get your taxes done? Yes. Yes. I need to. Ballsy move for Baldwin. We'll see. I mean, there's been just a lot of prosecutorial fuckery in this case. I need more information, and I need like several more hours to go through these documents to see what I think. But they are raising questions in the Baldwin document where I'm like, this is a good question. I need more information. Where by the time we got through Hannah's motion and then went through the Supreme Court case, I was like, no, just leave. Like, you can leave. Like, I was done. This one, I'm like, I've got questions. We need a lot. I probably need 5 or 6 more hours of work on this to go through everything that's going on in this and all the statutes and to take the time to break it all down. So that's why it's getting a deep dive on a podcast when I can take that time to go through all of it instead of going through kind of an overview of like, that's an interesting allegation. That's going to be a problem when it comes to trial. If Brian Carpenter contradicted himself at the grand jury, that's not going to look great in front of a trial. They're going to be like, you said this at this trial, you said this at the grand jury, you said this in an interview. Like, which one is it? That's going to be very, very, very interesting. Great question. This is Vanessa might be a little bit behind in time, or maybe it's just asking because I mentioned it earlier. Exculpatory and inculpatory. So the exculpatory information is stuff that will help prove a defendant didn't do the thing at its most base form. Inculpatory is really the opposite of that, showing that it's evidence that supports the prosecution of a person. Exculpatory evidence is evidence that goes or tends to show that the person didn't do the thing. If that helps. I hope that it does. It's been a very long day. It has been, and I need to go rest. Apparently I'm like, the voice is done. So you guys, thank you for being here for an XL stream. It is quite a lot. I will be back on Thursday. The voice is done. I will be back on Thursday with hopefully not quite as XL of a stream. Mods, thank you for the extra hours and hours and hours. Tomorrow, members only live stream in the evening, podcast audio only. If you haven't subscribed to the Emily Show on your favorite podcasting app, Spotify, Apple, wherever, it's only going to be on audio. It's not going to be an episode on video. If you're looking for a video podcast episode, last week's interview with Sir Mix-a-Lot, I know some of you have missed because I've seen the analytics. Go ahead and check that out. I think you will very much enjoy it. And I think that you will take a lot away from that interview and have maybe some different thoughts about the music industry and feel a bit inspired. He's truly a great dude and was great to have a conversation with him. So I will see you in the members only podcast tomorrow evening. Don't forget to download the app so you don't miss anything. And Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. There's a few of the Matte Black tumblers left in the Law Nerd shop, but not a ton. So if you're like, I had been waiting, there are a few left. Thank you. We're back. Now there's an XL stream. So for everybody who missed Emily, we can catch up now. This was it. We caught up now. Thank you guys for being here. I will see you on Thursday. Law Nerds, you're the best. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.